Well, don't need my backup chat for today. Quoth the Raven. Nevermore. There it is. Welcome, welcome, Zephyr. Also, nice little prelude. Pulse Theory is a team with people of diverse beliefs, religions, sexual orientations, and gender identities. Our goal is to tell mature stories that are meant to be a source of reflection for players. We like to point out that in creating a game that draws so much inspiration from the past, we could not leave out the portrayal of certain attitudes and views that be rightly considered unacceptable today. The stories of historical characters present in the game are a loose interpretation of real events or entirely a product of our collective imagination. But yeah, remember when we gave this a peek over in the Next Fest demos? Yeah, it's finally out. And it's looking hype. Yeah, how you doing, my dude? Having a good day so far? Understandable. Also fair. Oh boy, Stellaris. So how much have they changed the game entirely again? Don't get me wrong, Stellaris is great, but good god, it's like a different game every year. I should probably check out my options. Defaulted actually rather nicely. Text size. Ooh, Yeah, I'll keep it as is. I know I'm gonna get robusted by it at some point, but if we're doing a historical game, or beast that wants to be historical, yeah. I've done pirates. What's the worst this could be? Uh, last time I played it, I think the last major update was the no, not the infiltration update. I know there was the crisis. It was the uplifting one, or you know, I'll go look up what the specific DLC was, or rather, the last DLC that I remembered. Oh wait, hold on. Last played August 15th, 2023. Yeah, so about a year ago. No, about half a year ago. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Locals say the station is haunted at night. The station manager was embarrassed to admit that he practices opera arias out of boredom while he's sitting there. Thaumaturge is a word deriving from Greek. It means miracles. A thaumaturge, or tempermancer, is one able to discover secrets lingering in persons or places. They recognize flaws or stigmas imprinted on the human psyche, and can bring them to the surface. Are they doctors of souls? It is impossible to fully name the essence of a thaumaturge without being born one. We do not know if it's democratic yet. But we do get to travel with Rasputin in this game, so that should tell you a thing or two.
For years I've been seeing you in my dreams, and lately more and more. I know it's you, but I can no longer recognize your face. I don't know if I'd recognize you if I saw you. I hope your condition hasn't worsened much since you last wrote. I can hardly imagine what a nightmare you're going through. Remember, you're not alone. I'm sure our father would be happy to help, if only you asked him. I assure you that for now, I haven't said a word to him about your search or your health, just as you requested. He doesn't know your intention, and with God as my witness, he'll not find out from me. I know, you think the only thing that can help you is a miracle. But such itinerant miracle workers, preachers, and folk mystics often take advantage of those in grave condition who are desperate or seeking help. I hope the man you're pursuing can actually ease your mind. But if not, remember that in the end, we will find a way to help you. Just because we can't see it now, does not mean it doesn't exist. Send word as soon as you get there. I want to know you are safe. With as much love as I have. Ligia.
Could you spare a moment for me? I'd like to send a telegram.
Of course. Pardon me, sir, but are you feeling all right?
Yes, thank you.
You're not looking your best.
Thank you.
What's your message?
First, play a trick on him.
Take this down, please. Arrived. Very beautiful views. People honest at first glance. Sincerely, your barely living cripple.
I didn't mean to cause offense.
Well, then strike that, please. Take this down, please. Arrived. I think I have found him. I hope he will receive me. I will write as soon as I am able.
and payment?
On receipt.
Anything to add at the end?
Aggregate your father, send greetings to your sister. The first one.
Please add my love to you, my sister.
Touching. From whom?
My name is Viktor Szulski. S-Z-U-L-S-K-I. And Victor with a W, not a V.
Interesting name. Where's this headed?
Warsaw. Russia.
And this is supposedly Georgia. Russia here and Russia there. Russia everywhere. On every map.
Maps change. I know. Let's get on with it.
Pardon?
I was talking to myself. Which way to the village?
The coachman is picking up the mail. Maybe he'll give you a ride.
Thank you.
Loony.
Bitch. But yeah, for a brief rundown, for people who weren't here the first time around. Oh, well. Dear Anatoly, it feels like ages has passed since your last letter, or maybe it's just the winter that makes everything good and warm seem distant. As you can guess, this life of an exile does not spoil me. Years ago, I was uprooted from my homeland and sent to a foreign land among foreign people to fight under the Russian banner. And how am I today? I live among people who hate me. I am losing my health and my mind in cultivating the land that I fertilize with the blood and flesh of its sons. And I can't leave here. I can't stop reminiscing. Death seems to be my only means of escape. Please pray for me, Constantine. P.S. I don't think this letter will make it through the censorship, but if it does, please tell Anielka that the thought of her brings me solace, until the very end. Dear Jonko, please stop with the gentry snobbery and listen to what I tell you. Times are changing. You can no longer rely solely on property ownership. The peasants are different now, and it is not at all clear how things will turn out in the coming years. You just have to look. Wherever you turn, you hear about revolts and peasant guerrillas going at the lords with pitchforks. We have to protect ourselves, have something on the side, some business that allows us to live with dignity. That's why I'm telling you for the last time. Go to the bank in Tilfis, and take a loan against half of our assets in the Caucasus. Invest in the oil business in Baku. The railroad's already getting there, and the world needs kerosene. You need to act. I'll send you all the documents and authorizations. Do not delay any longer. Greetings, Lou. But yeah, basic idea of how this shindig works. We have a RPG tree, kind of, where we buy abilities one at a time. We start with a bit of heart because we have a spirit that's following us. Hey, Kami. Hey, Snivy. We have abilities that we will eventually be able to acquire. As we level up, we get to put on new cards. This is for the combat of the game. Many people have flaws, but only Thaumaturges are aware of their existence. These are blemishes on a personality created as a result of turbulent experience. They attract Salutors and allow young Thaumaturges to make a pact with their first Salutor. Your flaw is pride. If you nurture it by making the right choices, it will impact the course of events in the future. We are based pride. We want to get more of these flaws because they help us with social checks. He's got a fur hood on. This is normally our boy, but unfortunately he's running into a nasty situation of potentially fading away. We start the game off having bad spiritual juju going on with us. Our inventory consists of a letter, a grimoire, which allows us to do our magic, money, a roll of rubles, a handful of kopecks, a few marks, a single franc, the prodigal son's fortune. We have a gun. We have a passport that allows us to wander around the Russian Empire. Apparently, we can get magazines and recordings and pictographs. We apparently can get sketches now. And we can also change out our drip. There is an in-game lexicon for being able to actually figure out what's going on, and the game will actually record more of these as we go on. Such as who we are. If anyone finds this, please send it to Victor Solushki. I cannot pronounce that right, and I'm going to offend people. People will lose all sorts of things. Anything can happen. It feels odd to write about oneself. I was born a Thaumaturge on September 22nd, 1875, in Warsaw under the Tsar's rule. 15 years ago, I made a pact with my first Salutor, Upyur. Then, with his help, I tried to help my friend. It didn't work out. My father was furious. He sent me to my mother, to Paris. Then I did a lot of stupid things, and I almost lost my powers and my connection up here. Here I am, broken, lonely. My only hope is a traveling mystic. Such is life. Stanislavski. My father and a thaumaturge. Even my mother was sick of him after only a few years of marriage, so she left. I was the only one to inherit his powers, but it didn't bring us any closer. When my powers were revealed, he sent me to Paris. That's something I will never forgive him for. My sister, Ligia, is the only person I truly miss while I'm away. We're twins, so there's always been a special bond between us. I haven't seen her for years. Currently, I only know her from the letters we exchange. Paimon. You are beautiful, fallen angel, full of grace, energy, and color. I thought that you would become my teacher, that you would open the world of philosophy, art, and magic to me. That together we discover the secrets of Earth's elements and the secrets of people's hearts. That I become something more. That as having as many as 2 Salutors, I would reach for what is available only to the strongest. Instead, you broke me. You brought nightmares and visions that crushed my mind to dust. Because of you, I am nothing but a shadow. Upyur. My first Salutor. He came to me more than 15 years ago, and I offered him my heart and the flaw of pride I carry. By trying to capture others, I fell into a spiral of torment and exhaustion that cost me my connection to Upyur. I can no longer use his power, nor ever fully see him. We are shadows of our old selves. I cannot help him, but I've heard of someone who can. Also, to describe what those things are, they have many names. When Latin was in fashion, a wise man called these creatures newcomers. In popular beliefs, they are sometimes called demons or angels or ghosts or even deities. I do not know where they come from. They reflect the beliefs and superstitions of people of different regions, even though those people themselves cannot see them. Highly sensitive individuals, like artists, are sometimes able to see their manifestations. Wild Salutors change their whereabouts as they follow people's flaws. People travel more these days. Once in St. Petersburg, I saw a sphinx. Right? God. Flaws. Someone's burden can be a thaumaturge's treasure. A flaw is a lasting hidden beauty that is imprinted on a human soul by something traumatic or routine. Many people have them. I am not an exception. My inboard flaw is pride. A flaw of heart's dimension that I was gifted to an Upyur long ago. This is how all Salutors function. Those still untethered follow a flaw hidden by someone nearby. By confronting that person and using the right arguments, I can bring out the flaw and then take it over, making a pact with a wild Salutor, unite with it in theory. All my previous attempts have failed. I like to write and sketch in it, and my Upyur lives in it. If you are reading this, I'm sorry, teenage boys should not keep a journal. I got my grimoire from my father. It is a thaumaturge's tool, a way to make pacts with Salutors. For me, it is also a journal and sometimes a sketch pad. Heart, word, mind, and deed. Centuries ago, when thaumaturgy was only beginning to be placed within scientific frameworks, the term dimension was used to categorize the subject it deals with. Heart is all that heart is all that involves emotion. Word is all that's said. Mind is all that is thought or hidden in memory. Deed is action, physicality. Each dimension is connected to an area of human experience, a kind of salutor, and a type of intention imprinted on objects. Hello there, your Ella. Welcome, welcome, and thank you for the follow. I do hope you enjoy your stay. Just getting the backsies out. So you've come at a good time. And I'm doing good, thank you. How about you? Thaumaturge comes from the Greek word of miracle working. Father would fume that another popular term for our abilities, temperomancy, was not as popular. Thaumaturge is different, deeper kind of comprehension of the world. Seeing the most secret emotions, hearing the unspoken words, the ability to glimpse into people's thoughts. I do not wish to be someone else, even though my powers always got me into trouble. My peers were afraid I would discover their secrets, and adults lowered their voices when I entered the room. Such is life. In the end, I learned how to not startle people around me and how to keep their secrets to myself. Every youngster endowed with powers goes through that. A thaumaturge, having made a pact with a salutor, is also able to manipulate human thoughts, words, deeds, and emotions. Intent. Usually the information hidden in objects isn't left there on purpose. People tend to do so unwittingly. Thaumaturges do the opposite. They put their intent into traces deliberately. It's convenient and an unintrusive way to communicate without attracting unnecessary attention. Perception. The thaumaturge's inborn ability to peek under the surface of things, it doesn't depend on the day of the week, nor the number of salutors one possesses, only on the level of one's abilities. For a powerful thaumaturge, reading this or that is not a problem. I must say it happens rather spontaneously and constantly involves intruding on other people's privacy. There are some things I'd rather not know, and some things I wish I could forget. Once a thaumaturge is tied to a salutor, they can use its power of manipulation in the dimension the salutor belongs to. A powerful thaumaturge is freely able to manipulate the emotions, words, thoughts, and deeds of other people. Upir allows me to manipulate the heart's dimension. And a revolver. The only truly useful thing I took from home. Reliable, until now. I can't remember how it ended up in our house. That is what my banishment started with. How dramatic it sounds. The outcast revolver, the gunslinger in exile. Nonsense. And the game actually just started, so while I've played the Next Fest demo and know how the beginning of the game starts, for the sake of not spoiling people, I will not mention it, and just say that if it still follows the demo path, it's a bit slow, but it does teach you what you're doing. As a thaumaturge, you possess exceptional perception. You can see things that are hidden from sight. You can anticipate the enemy's actions. You can follow traces, emotions, thoughts, actions, and words, and reach your goal easier. So, by snapping... Well, I can't do it right now because I'm currently screwed out of my head. But we can eventually use it to see clues and whatnot. The Tiflis Herald. No, the Tiflis Herald. The tragic events on August 29th have cast a shadow on the city of Tiflis, leaving it in deep mourning. Yesterday's rally, where reform proposals set out by Minister Alexander Bullion were to be discussed, were brutally interrupted by Cossack troops that stormed inside the municipal board building. Armed Cossacks entered the conference room, wreaking havoc in the turmoil. 60 people were killed and over 100 were injured. People are shocked at another instance of unjustified aggression against the nation of Georgia. Many more believe mass strikes are inevitable.
Hello. Are you going to the village by any chance?
Hello there. Where else? There's nowhere to go here, sir. The station, the village, and the cemetery. That's all. A horse can't go any higher.
The village is what interests me.
Well, if you've got reason to be there, climb in.
Ask if there's a healer in the village.
So is it just locals living in the village?
Who else would want to live in a shithole like this?
I actually meant, is there anyone visiting, a guest?
Ah, you came for some healing. Well, he's no guest here. He's been here months, my friend. The people are tormented, so he's sure got folks to heal.
Where might I find him?
I bet he's still in the tavern. He prays this time of day. Oh, he prays a heck of a lot. You getting in, or what?
I'd be grateful.
Always nice to have someone to shoot the breeze with.
Fog isn't the only thing obscuring the sunlight here. The settlement doesn't even have a name on the map. Only someone desperate could want to be here.
Nothing to see around here. This is everything. Hard to get lost in this place. Head to the tavern over there, past the little square, up the steps. They'll tell you where the preacher's at. Or this time of day, he'll be there himself.
Thank you.
But yes, this game typically rewards you for paying attention. Or rather, interacting with the world. Oh, there we go. Protective charm, made of strings, sticks, and feathers. It is supposed to protect the residents from the influence of evil powers. Yeah, until we actually get our powers back, I don't believe that, yeah, we're gonna find too terribly much off the beaten path. Proletarius Berzola. Soon the day will come when the people will throw off their hated shackles. With one stroke of the mighty arm, hardened by work and struggle with misery, they will get rid of the despised Tsar. May the recent events so antagonizing for many be a torch that kindled the flame of a just revolution. It only take a few people to raise their heads proudly and abandon their work for the flame to become an inferno that will consume the oppressor and cleanse our lands. It is already happening. Work in major cities are preparing for action, and the country folk are also joining the fray. The hour of trial is upon us. Let us not lose heart. Yeah, this is roughly about the time that, let us say, the communist revolutions are going to start happening. They've got about 100 years still before they settle in, but...
Is the tavern here?
Hey, Putnik. You coming from far?
Indeed, I'm tired.
Nice boots. Are they warm?
Well, good stuff. I know animation's a particularly difficult affair. I do not believe I need an animation as of the current time, but I will definitely hit you up when I do. Thank you. So, this is a, as mentioned, as the game is trying to tell us, a proud answer. We can feed flaws. And I imagine later on in the game, when we've cultivated more flaws, that we'll have to make choices about which ones we actually want to elevate and which ones we don't. But generally speaking, these dialogues are probably worse for us in the short term, but come up with better answers in the long term. It's very much a case of cultivation, what kind of person we want to be. As the game says, it draws out the flaw, but feeds it, making it stronger. Let us have at it.
Actually, I have particularly warm boots. Thanks.
And sooner or later, these might kick their arses.
Don't tempt me, Luca. Don't tempt me. Give me a sec. I got to sort out formalities with this tourist.
It's your snummy. We're the Tsar's soldiers.
Those don't look like soldiers' faces. Closer to thieves.
I don't think he'll talk to us voluntarily.
Combat! So, how does this shindig work? Pretty simply, actually. They got hit points, we got hit points. Usually we fight with friends, but because we're currently psychologically messed up in the head, bleh. So, those pips are generally focus points. Oh yeah, that's right. We also get a chance to reorganize and compose a strategy before we get into a fight, but we can't do that right now. Attacks in this game also go off a timeline. We don't get to see it right now because we are currently messed up in the head right now. Now we can see the action cue. Okay. They just wanted to experiment for the first turn. Perception allows you to anticipate the enemy's actions. To find out what they're planning, look at the top. Speed actually matters. As noted from above, where we show up on the action queue depends on the skill we choose. Now, we can do a big slap skill, but unfortunately, that'll put us right into round 4, where he'll get the chance to counterattack. A quick attack, however, allows us to get right in there and blap. We can go into the next round. And choose another attack. I'm probably going to get stabbed again, which is fine. Blap. And that's a body bag. And there you go.
There's the Ruskies right. They won't report us. They'll be too embarrassed to admit some cripple got the better of them.
So from what it looks like, we're probably not losing that fight. But yes, now that we've actually leveled up for the first time, we can purchase something here. We can upgrade heart, mind, deed, and word, and every time we do so, it increases our ability to manipulate that dimension. These are useful for the fact that they are checked in dialogues and investigation. So having a balance is good, but also keep yourself loose for the time being.
Good boy.
Ah, there's no actual pet animation. It's weak, but I'll accept that you can pet the dog in this game. News from Yerevan. One of our correspondents reports that the newly appointed Governor-General of the Yerevan province, Prince Napoleon Louis Josephine Jerome Bonaparte, has arrived in town. The highest officials were present at the welcoming ceremony, followed by a dinner with representatives from Yerevan's most eminent families. The Governor-General's address to the townspeople is expected in the next few days. Here's our lad. The boy.
Forgive me, sir. Is your name Grigory Efimovich Rasputin?
I forgive you.
I'm sorry. It's just I've been looking for you for a very long time,
And you expected a thinking simpleton, an illiterate who swindles sick people and claims he can speak to God himself. I already said I forgive you.
Yes, I've heard. Especially in Petersburg. I've also heard about the healings, even hopeless cases. Inexplicable ones.
And what do you believe in?
If you help me, I'll believe all of it. And please believe me when I say I've tried everything short of a miracle. And I know the meaning of that word. I'm a Thaumaturge.
Where are you coming from?
I first learned of you in Paris. A charismatic miracle worker from Russia. I even heard about you from my doctors. By the time I got to Petersburg, you were already gone. I've crossed almost 3 continents, through Siberia, India, and half of Europe. But if you're asking me about my origins, I'm from Poland.
From which Poland? The Russian one, the German one, or the part that belongs to Austria?
From Warsaw.
Do you have a name?
Viktor Szulski.
On my path, I've already come across people who've lied to me about their problems, and then gone around calling me a charlatan. After them, others arrived, with pitchforks and torches, and I had to endure insults and spit in my face, or flee for my life. And now you say you're a wizard from an imaginary country that no one has seen on a map in over 100 years. Forgive my amusement. I haven't had my first coffee yet.
I forgive you, and I'm still asking for help.
Prove you're a Thaumaturge, and I'll hear what you have to say.
What would you like me to do, sir?
I've met a few of your kind, so I know what you're capable of. Find something in this tavern that belongs to me, and tell me something only I could know.
First, I need to have something personal that belongs to you to learn your trace. It's a sort of pattern I'll use to recognize the other objects.
Smell this.
Prayer beads. So, when you actually have the attribute necessary, aka the game's not gonna dump you on this one, you have the flaw of pride, you're gonna see it. It gives you more information about it. Prayer beads. Time-worn prayer beads with 30 woolen knots. The zeal gushing from the beads impregnates the wool better than the tallow from the owner's strong fingers. The object pulses with a mixture of blue rapture, purple passion, and graphite fierceness. The touch of the beads burns, but it also attracts. Rasputin's wish. Rasputin has a magnetic zeal and passion. He is a man with an attractive personality, strong and fierce, who is easy to follow. One just has to be careful not to get burned by the flame of his adder.
Have you figured anything out yet?
So this is a contextual response. Once you've actually got enough information by looking around or have the correct clues for the situation, this dialogue unlocks.
I'll return to you in a moment.
I can hardly wait.
Observations make up conclusions, conclusions make up clues, clues make up dialogue choices. Hey there, Toothless. Welcome, welcome. On traces, you will find one of three things. A, we don't know who it is. 2, a familiar trace. We don't know exactly who it is, but it's something we've seen before. And 3, we know who it is.
Let's take a look around.
That one requires mind, a hair cloth, a parental device for voluntary self-mortification on the body.
Maybe I will try later.
A dirty bowl that someone has eaten stew from.
Who would have thought there were such layers of passion within him?
Prayer book. An ornate prayer book containing prayers for the Russian Orthodox Rite. It vibrates with a languishing moan of delight, the touch of silk, the scent of courtly powder. But that which is soft and warm is also pierced by the thorns of impending separation and longing. Rasputin's passions. Who would thought that this priest had such passion? Surprisingly, the mask of a healer conceals an outstanding lover, irresistible to women's hearts and bodies. Perhaps this is one of his healing methods. So the game does encourage us, at least at this point, to pick up something. I, at this time, will lean towards the mind because while heart is nice, once we actually get our Salutor back, having a casting resource is kind of important. So now that we have the ability, we can now examine this.
Rasputin is an exceptionally colorful character.
The thought was created by the precise lashes of the whip. The first bloody welds were a reckoning of the wrongs suffered. The ones that followed spawn precise plans for revenge. The freshest ones are steeped in calculated analysis, and in waiting for the right opportunity. Rasputin's thoughts. Rasputin is an exceptionally colorful character. He sees this practice aimed at penance and the struggle against human passions as the perfect opportunity to recall the wrongs he has suffered and to plot bloody revenge. We can't see the other clues for the time being. But it is still important that we cultivate all of our aspects to be able to decipher the mysteries more precisely.
What have you learned, wizard?
Well, you're a zealous man. It permeates every level of your personality, your faith, your abilities.
Not such an impressive discovery.
I haven't finished yet. In Petersburg, you left behind a very devoted and very young lady-in-waiting.
At least one, my friend.
You are full of bitterness and resentment toward those who forced you to leave Petersburg. It torments you even in your dreams.
I have no control over my dreams, but I doubt it takes magical powers to guess I'm not fond of those who drive me away from somewhere. Have a seat.
Oh no, the telltale, he will remember this.
Tell me again, why were you looking for me?
Let's be a little cheeky.
I can't help but ask you about that young lady from Petersburg.
Careful, I'm starting to like you. But not enough to tell you about Petersburg. How do you think I might help you?
A few years ago, I attempted to catch a wild saluter, and that ended with me losing contact with my first saluter. That means I can't develop my abilities. I know that my Uber is there. Sometimes he shows himself, but I can't feel the link anymore. Generally speaking, I'm losing it more and more each day. If it disappears, my mind, I'll lose my sense of reality. I'll fall into madness.
I don't know if I can help you.
I've got money, if that's what matters.
Give it to the needy. Your riches mean nothing to me. I meant I don't know if I'm able to help you. My gift is something I've received from God. Some I've helped, others I can't say. And I've never treated a Thaumaturge.
Maybe just do the same with me as with the others.
We can try. Focus on my voice. You are safe. As long as you can hear my voice, you are safe. Let me gaze into your mind. Let me see through your eyes. Let me...
Where am I? Rasputin. There's no one in here. I need to get out of here. What is this sound? Shackles?
You're blind. You've never grasped the science of spotting the perfectly obvious. Can you still not see?
What do I supposedly not see?
Flaw clouds your vision. It always has. Pride. Your damned pride and sense of superiority.
I must have gotten that from you, Father.
You'll lose, idiot. You always do. You're even losing against yourself. You can't see, but can you at least hear? You're weak, stupid, and blind. Do you hear me? Do you? Do you?
I can see, Father. Clearly.
Will you be lying there much longer? I wanted to sweep.
Where's Rasputin?
In the cemetery, chasing away evil spirits and giving people comfort. You all right?
Yes, yes. Absolutely.
I wanted to sweep.
I'm just heading out. It's so good to see you again.
And the Bone Boy is back.
And something else. I saw him clear as day. It wasn't a vision. It was a salutar, unbound by a pact. A wild one. And if so, that means there's someone in the village with a flaw that's attracting it.
You talking to me?
I was praying.
I wanted to sweep.
And there you go. We are back in the saddle. Don't think there's anything else to figure out in the village. So, or in the tavern, so we'll just move along. Quests have multiple objectives. Freely switch to the one you'd like to track. After switching, the objective will reveal a path to follow. Sometimes this path is so mysterious it eludes even an experienced Thaumaturge. No worries, the remaining objectives will provide a way to solve the quest.
I felt something. Where is it?
They'll all gawk, but without lifting a finger. Just, Vesna will bring it, Vesna will help. But if Vesna needs help with something, there's nobody to be found. That's not yours, don't touch! All these newcomers causing more problems.
Dropped apple. A bruised crimson apple. Vesna's was trembling. Dropped a fruit basket and left this orphan behind. Vesna has left her distinctive trace on the fruit. It consists of a heart fluttering in panic and a throat painfully clenched. A bite of this apple would taste of pure fear. Absolutely. But to balance out the aspects, we will now develop our ability of the word. Ah, yes. So, each skill can be upgraded. Place the upgrade in the designated spot, and it will take some space. So these abilities have chevrons. Put relaxation, no, it's on fortune, on quick, which we can then take back when needed. And then restore focus with plant attack. There you go. A very dynamic system, that. A wooden box. A hand-carved and elaborately painted wooden box. The box is marked with words of love, sweet as kisses. The name of Vesna and Luca intertwine, cuddling tenderly against the wood, against the delicate carvings, trying to protect them from the damp and the rain, from all the evil the world carries with it. Here. Damaged axe shaft. A damaged shaft. The trace it bears does not belong to Vesna. Though it already became moldy from disuse, it carries the memory of a spirit of the one who wielded it. A loner by choice with a disposition as tart as juniper berries. The shaft is overgrown with the thorns of bitter words, but there are others, warm and delicate as rose petals. They betray the love for someone who is not afraid of thorns, a love that is difficult but not accepting of violence. Dish shards. Broken shards of a blue ceramic dish. The broken ceramic trembles with anger and frustration. The quarrel erupted suddenly, spewing out bile of mutual complaints and grievances. Its sweet and pungent taste stupefied, compelled screaming, finger-pointing and hurting. The frenzy lasted until all involved were out of breath. Domestic squabbles. In this house lives a married couple who do not mince their words. They argue violently, loudly, until they are out of breath, but they persist together despite everything. As of the moment, yeah. Currently, we are not homeboys with him yet, but we are very much... He will be a central character.
I wanted to talk. Ma'am, please open the door.
Also, hey, Roosh.
Please go. We didn't invite any guests over. I'm telling you, go away, or I'll call for help. Help! Help! Somebody help me!
What are you doing here, you tramp?
I'm not looking for trouble. I just wanted to talk.
We'll talk, all right.
So this is the first combat where we actually can, A, adjust our tactics as needed, but B, actually have our spirit buddy. In order to launch a strong attack, you must take away all their focus, causing them to enter the breakdown state. Stronger attacks are much more powerful than other skills, and the fight ends quicker. Also, this is where some Persona vibes kick in. So now that we're no longer currently suffering from the whole, you know, losing all of our spiritual powers, Bone Boy is now able to contribute in combat. The enemy has lost their focus, and now we can do a strong attack. Let's see, what do we got? Reduces focus. Yeah, we want to control the fight right now. So, you and you. Oh, wait, I messed up again. Whoop. We are supposed to punch him, not try to drain his focus again. Thanks. You are an idiot, Ian. Clonk, clonk. Oh, it would be, but they were both stunned. Yeah, let's just tap him out. Oh, wait. Well, I did not check the timings on that. Ow. It's a metaphysical thing. He's not actually dying, but he feels like he's being lacerated. But yeah, I'm doing this combat encounter like shit. Full flat out. But this is why it's a tutorial fight, not a, you know, get good fight. Yeah, it's 100% Russian JoJo. But yeah, Up is a very potent early Salutor for the fact that he can sustain you.
You could say that, sure.
Well, technically we're Polish. The village residents. If thinking interferes with their actions, so much worse for thinking. The locals are impetuous, irritable, and eager to pick a fight for even the most trivial reason. Something is not right here. Hey, Glaive, how's it going? Hey, Fedora.
I wanted to talk. Ma'am, please open the door.
Please go. We didn't invite any guests over. Please leave. Please, please.
Oh. Yeah, no, Poland is a Slavic culture. In fact, it's a very notable one.
Am I sensing?
Dead goose. Someone or something strangled this goose. From the goose's twisted neck flows the anger and passion of the person who slaughtered the poor bird. The wave of emotions carries no desire for meat or feathers, only the sour taste of envy and desire for all of Bogdan's property to go to hell. I saw the, you know, Russian JoJo. It's like, actually, it's Polish.
Over my dead body. I reject this verdict.
Well, I expected as much, and he wanted to come see you himself. He was first to judge.
I said what I said, and I won't change my mind. Go away. You're attracting gawkers.
Not gawkers. A witness. And let him listen. He'll see it fairly. Sir, this liar and thief here stole a memento of my mother. And this witch says I'm supposed to hand my goose over to him, too?
Because you strangled mine. And what do I care about some trinkets your mother left you?
Because we already know you strangled the goose, but you still haven't proved that Bogdan stole your pendant.
Where is the justice here?
Conflicting neighbors. A dead goose lies between the quarreling peasants, the obvious bone of contention here. If the wise one is to settle the dispute, she better do it quickly. It'll come to fisticuffs in a moment. Neighborly disputes. It seems the neighbors quarreled over a goose strangled in the act of revenge, a classic of the genre. Now, because we have pride and we start off with Heart 1, we can actually use our magic to essentially influence the dialogue. Thus why it's important to cultivate dimensions.
Why don't you relax and listen to the words of a wise woman?
Well, all in all, I'm sorry, Bogdan.
Come inside, and tell me what you're doing here.
I will be perfectly honest to my shame. I do not know JoJo all that well, or JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I know the memes, haven't watched it. Salt on the Doorstep. Salt on the Doorstep protects the from unwanted visitors and other misfortunes. Unfinished letter. So, my dear son, my heart is crying. Have I harmed you so that you write about me like this, that you renounce your legacy, your land, and your blood? I never said a word to you when you refused to farm with us, nor when you went to Tilfus to study. And now you're calling us stupid, backward, that rector of yours, Fludiski, that Georgian, your language is the language of dogs, and that you want to write to me only in Russian. Child, Georgia flows in your blood. She is the salt in your tears, and the glue in your bones. You will not renounce her. You can't. They say that every nation has its demons, its phantoms, its ghosts, and nightmares were created to make naughty children behave. But I have gone halfway around the world preaching the word of God and learned the truth. These demons, fiends, and devils cursed by God are real, and they are everywhere. In different Sirmia, people have whispered the name Bukovac, a cruel beast whose presence brings wrath and commands people to inflict violence on their neighbors. A fairy tale, you say, but I have seen the Bukovac. Here in Piatigrovesk, I have heard the rattle of his chains and felt his fangs digging into my neck and tugging at every fiber of my soul. And I felt the fury that this wraith brings with it, and the anger from which there is no escape, the taste of blood in my mouth that no prayer can sense. May the holy walls of the opulent church stop this beast. Blessed Virgin, keep me safe.
The villagers seem to have a certain respect for you, ma'am, so I wanted to ask your help with something.
I'm not getting any younger, boy. Talk before I drop dead.
So, yeah, she's more useful for people who watch the demo. She's a crux point, but we need to get a lot more clues before we start.
Well then, I hope you'll still be alive when I get back, madam.
Yeah, we're in like 1857, like early, not early, but like when the Tsar was both at the height of his power and about to eat a rebellion. The communists aren't around yet, but they're coming. Though, funnily enough, much as someone has been saying, I think it was Kami, yeah, the Russian Empire is kind of a mess, and it's up into the point that I believe that the Communist Revolution failed twice before it actually got somewhere.
Excuse me. I need to get to the local cemetery. Could you give me a lift?
I've only just come back from the post office this morning. I'm not getting the horse going again. Back to the cemetery. It's not like anyone there is going to run away. And look, my horse is more dead than alive.
The coachman doesn't want to take me to the cemetery. If I use my power, I should be able to change his attitude.
I'll be right back.
Using Thaumaturge, you can manipulate other people. First, you must know the person's secrets, which you can learn by making conclusions. If manipulate is available, the character interact will change. An up year will appear next to the character. We need to find a clue first. The shovels still show traces of mud and ice. The coachman had to free the wagon's wheels from the soft soil that had engulfed them. Rag. The coachman used the rag to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The rag reeked with the sour odor of fatigue. Attempt to free the wheels from the soft soil made the spine crack like a fishbone, and the muscles burn with fire, and no one would help. Such was his job, such was his fate. The coachman. The coachman is tired and weary. He has worked hard at unloading the wagon alone. All he dreams of is a moment of rest. I can relieve his suffering.
I'm not going anywhere.
Maybe you'll change your mind and drop me off at the cemetery after all.
Well, on the other hand, this place isn't much more exciting than the cemetery, and I meant to take the horse out for a ride, so get on.
After each funeral... Oh, that's right. The loading times for this game are incredibly fast. So sometimes you don't even get to read the in-between. Here's the boy.
You're alive. Does that mean I helped, Thaumaturge?
I don't have enough words to thank you for what you've done for me. I haven't felt this way in years.
I'm glad I could help.
Explain what's changed.
I see him. My Uber. He's back. I can feel our bond growing stronger as each moment passes.
I'm happy for you, but do restrain your joy. We're in the cemetery.
When I heard you were at the cemetery, I was sure I'd see you resurrecting the dead.
Not yet. Today I'm just praying for rest for Vasily's soul. The whole village is suffering after his loss. He was the elder here.
He cursed this place. Since he died, darkness and misfortune have hung over the village.
You see? To them, every harm comes down to witchcraft. They believe that after Vasily's passing, the village was possessed by some monster that howls at night or some other Yafiets.
Locals say that since the death of the village elder, a doom has hung over the village. Minor quarrels immediately turn into bloody fights, and the people are tense and withdrawn. Things are not looking good.
What changed in the village after the elder died?
It's all dreadful, sir. Everything's gone topsy-turvy. When folks get to arguing now, they're so hot-headed, before you know it, they're at one another's throats. Ladies have no patience for kids, nor lads for ladies, nor neighbors for neighbors. Any word might seem offensive and like an insult waiting to happen. Then you've got to fight.
Tragedies such as Vasily's death leave their mark on everyone. It takes time to come to terms with something like this. That doesn't mean this place is possessed by dark forces.
How did this elder die?
There was a fire, sir. Flames shooting sky high, and him burning, swearing, speaking curses. And the curse stuck. Those ruins seem a profaned place now. A wicked spirit has taken over the blighted land.
Don't encourage her. Once she gets going, it can't be stopped.
This could also be the work of a Salita.
What do you mean?
Vasily's death was not peaceful. The elder died in the flames that consumed his house. The ruins are thought to be cursed, and the locals speak of them with horror. Also, yeah, for the exact year, Roosh, it's 1905. I slipped my tongue horribly bad. Why did I think 1856? 1905. So yeah, believe he's been removed, but he's not. Well, obviously he's not dead yet.
As you were healing me, I had a dream, a vision. But on the borderline of sleep and wakefulness, I thought I saw a Salutor. That's what might be influencing the villagers in Wailing at night.
They're good people, but none too bright, Victor. I'm afraid they might be talking about a train.
The wise woman was saying the evil spirit is a book of hatch.
Does the creature hunting you rattle chains, slither around, and have a mouth full of giant fangs?
A book of hatch.
Where did this elder live?
I'll show you. Let's allow Vasily's soul to rest for today. Amen.
In before we bring Rasputin to the Tsarina and have to do things with that would be fucking cool. Superstitions. A woman in the cemetery claims the village is haunted by a lich. His name is Bukovac. The village residents. A peaceful and happy village. Not quite. The villagers are riled up and on the point of breaking, laying the blame for their troubles on the actions of the Bukovac. They are trying to defend themselves against this dark force with folk methods. Elder Vasili's grave. Elder Vasily died only a year ago, and his tombstone has already been clearly damaged. Why? Stone strikes against stone, heavy, guided by a hateful mind. The blows carry anger, despair, chaos. The tomb cracks and crumbles. Well, tombstone. But it is not enough. Death is not enough. Vandalizing a grave is not enough. Nothing will ever be enough. There's a little more in the cemetery. Nope. It is said when entering this... Oh, damn it. Yeah. Not going to spoil things just yet, but I think you're right that it is Wrath. Or it's looking like Wrath pretty hard.
Can you feel it? It's the smell of mystery.
Destroyed frame. Destroyed door frame. By some miracle it survived the fire. Thick lines of wood grain are visible on the frame. They arrange themselves into words, carved sharply, as if by a chisel. They scream an attempt to break down the door, about the hinges finally letting go. They scream into a space that doesn't respond. Fear has embedded itself deep into the fabric of the door frame. Fear of the flames, and the trepidation about losing a loved one.
A horrible death.
A place of death. A dried blood stain. It has soaked deep into the burned boards of the house. The blood sounds like suffering. It flowed quickly. The wound inflicted with the scissors wasn't large, but it was accurate. Life left the body, the heart went into a spasm, and the mind recognized the end. It lasted for some time, and then the flames came, and the pain resounded anew. There is more. Oh, there it is.
True fear.
Ragdoll. A charred rag doll. It appears to be old. The doll is caked with a hard crust of fear. Its layers are like varnish on the age-old painting. A child's fear. A girl's terror. A young woman's dread. They form a cocoon smelling of turpentine that constricts the throat and forces tears from the eyes. Trace certain. Vesna. I think there is one more. Oh, no, I guess we're good. I thought there was one more thing
I felt
here.
something. Where is it?
There.
I felt so much suffering.
Belt. A charred old trouser belt with a heavy metal buckle. The buckle cuts through leather like a razor. It's no longer a boring piece of clothing, but a tormentor's tool that descends on exposed flesh like a vulture. It pecks at it, leaving carmine wounds. Once, twice, thrice. It cuts deep, all the way to the soul.
This house was always full of fear, and its owner was still alive when the house caught fire. Someone wanted to kill him. The fire only covered up the crime. The murder gave birth to the floor that you attached to, didn't it? I'll find you when I track down the murderer. I know who owns this doll. Maybe I should give them back to her. She ought to know more about what happened here.
Vesna's trace. The same trace can be found on the ragdoll and the item dropped by the woman. Vesna smells of fear. Her nerves are badly strained, her heart is trembling, her fingers are stiff from anxiety, and her mind wanders, lost in the wilderness of fear. I may be able to find her home and discover what is behind her jittery condition.
Victor!
Oh, did I miss a dialogue on
I
accident?
hope you've got what you want now, Thaumaturge. Because I think it's time to get out of here.
I did miss some dialogue. Damn it.
Why the hurry, Father? We're the Tsar's men. How about the donation for the Tsar's army?
There are no Russian outposts here.
I think this is the guy with the nice boots.
You're the guy who trashed our comrades?
Say yes, and that you can do it again.
I can do exactly the same to all of you.
He's not as weak as he looks. He actually looks better than he did the other day.
But not counting the priest. He's still alone.
Not anymore, I'm not.
Let's see. I'll keep a balance right now. Ah, yes. Give my strongest attack the chance to do a weighted coin flip more of damage. That'll do nicely. Okay, you... Mess up your ability to attack. And then we will do Bloody Penance. Start to get the damage out. Because losing all focus ruins his action. We are going to attempt to give him a concussion. And that's the double damage kicking in immediately. Very nice, Sue. Kill both their focuses, which means that they don't get turns. Give him a concussion. And that's a body bag. Don't let an enemy launch an attack and win with full hit points.
Me? Yes, but can these salutors also help you in a fight? Can you manipulate people and cast these demons into their minds?
Generally speaking, yes. Are you sure you're right, sir?
Call me Grigori.
Let's head back. I have to visit someone in the village who can tell me more about what happened here.
Now, can I get the dialogue that I missed? Yes, I can. We'll kind of get the opportunity to do so. If I miss my chance... No, right here. Right here is where the autosave is. There we are.
What do you expect to find in this place? The fire was almost a year ago.
Time doesn't matter much here. I'm looking for clues and personal traces that will lead me to whoever is carrying the flaw that lured the Salutor here.
I see. I thought I could be helpful to you, but I don't really understand what you're telling me.
Above all, flaws are deeply hidden marks left on human souls. They form under the influence of tragic events.
What does that have to do with salutors? Is that Latin?
Yes, from the word newcomer. People have always taken salutors to be spirits, demons, or imps.
Like from those fairy tales, the wise woman and the other old crones tell the locals.
Sometimes, those sorts of fairy tales and legends describe how humans perceive a salutor. They don't take a physical form. Salutors are attracted to the flaws hidden within people. Thaumaturges discover these flaws inside someone, bring them to the surface, and adopt them to lure the salutor. Those are the moments when I've usually failed. I haven't been able to hold on to a salutor. I didn't know how to bind one to myself.
What about you? Do you have a flaw?
I bear the flaw of pride.
I wouldn't have guessed.
And now? Thanks to your help, I can once again discover people's flaws and the salutors hiding behind them. And I think I'm now able to catch my second salutor.
Ah. Okay, yeah, so I'll go through all that really quickly again. That fight again, just to make... Because if this is actually relevant dialogue, thank you Telltale Dialogue prompting, then yeah, it's worth him knowing this.
People always leave behind individual bits of their personality, even on everyday objects and such. I can decipher the thoughts and actions imprinted on these objects, and then match them to their owner. This lets me gather immense knowledge about a person, especially if I need to find someone.
What else can you do?
If I do manage to catch another salutor, that would be a very rare occurrence, in fact. An ordinary Thaumaturge wouldn't even try it more than once. Only a few have multiple salutors.
Why?
Because they're afraid. Like the ones who claimed humans wouldn't learn to fly or even reach the pole. But the failure of others doesn't mean those people are right. It means a mistake was made somewhere.
Isn't this exactly the sort of thinking that caused your problems that led you to me?
That doesn't matter anymore.
Then what's changed?
This time, I've got you with me.
Ah, yes. Rasputin being the reasonable one and going, last time I didn't feed it, this time I wanted to see what would happen. Ah, yes, the very reasonable assumption of why the fuck would you do that again?
Why did you want to come here with me?
I have never gotten to know a Thaumaturge so closely. I'd like to learn as much as possible about your abilities.
I need to look around this place a little more.
I won't stop you.
Given we just saw this dialogue, we will just redo the fight really quickly. Look, sometimes to be the best boy, you have to be the best girl, you know?
Exactly the same too.
Just gotta do this fight again really quick. I'm pretty sure I am not going to get the, double damage kill immediately, but that'd be funny. Never mind, I got it again. Thank you, weighted coin. Ow, baton. That's double damage again. Don't worry, they're not dead.
You're right, sir.
Me? Yes. Call.
Let's.
Alright, so now we are actually caught up with where we are. Back to the village.
Now I know that woman's trace. Vesna and her husband both left traces of themselves at Vasili's burned-out farmstead. Luca sincerely loves his wife. You think he loves her strongly enough to kill for her? You're right. It'd be better to ask Vesna about that.
The shaft of the axe bears the distinctive trace of Luca. It's identical to the one on the doorframe of the burned homestead.
I wanted to talk. Ma'am, please open the door.
Please go. We didn't invite any guests over.
Please open the door. I'd like to have a chat about your husband.
You'd better not be here when he gets back. He's not as talkative or polite as I am.
It is clear this is not the first time Vesna has threatened someone with her husband. Luca must not have the best reputation in the village. Residents see Luca as a colon churl and a recluse. However, he seems to have a soft spot. Luca was at Vasili's house on the night the murder and fire took place.
I know you're scared, but please, just open the door a crack and let me ask one quick question.
What do you want?
Please, don't be afraid. I just need to know where I can find your husband.
He's chopping wood in the clearing by the forest.
Look, sometimes magical powers are just nice to have. Deed. Bukovac. Bukovacs are sometimes mentioned in tales of legends of Sirmia, part of the Kingdom of Slavonia. They personify brute force and the inexorable punishment for sins that are bound to come. This is why they're attracted to flaws bred by forbidden acts, like the district governor of Vasili's murder. Rasputin. So, Rasputin. I've only heard rumors of him. A preacher, a mystic who used to heal St. Petersburg's elites not long ago. I found him in a small village in Transcausula? Fuck it. They call him a mad monk, or even a quack or a fraud. To me, he is the last hope for a cure. It will not be an overstatement to say he saved my life. Without his mysterious powers, I would have gone mad. I think that means I owe him, yet I cannot help thinking how strange he is. I still cannot crack this. Thank you. Transcaucasia.
Let's take a look around.
Oh, there is something
What
else.
do we have here?
Saint's icon, a hand-printed icon. I think this is Saint Felcia, the martyr. The wise woman's hands hover around the saint's head. They arrange themselves into gestures subtle, pure as snowflakes. Words of the spell sparkle like stars and sincerely beseech heaven for protection. For a girl who suffers evil on earth, who suffers too much of it.
You've been going in so many circles, your head will spin.
You cursed him, didn't you? Vesna's father. You put some hex on him, right?
Hey, Kajern.
No
Good to
spell.
see you.
I help people, yes. Vesna had a problem with her father, and believes in curses, spells, and hexes. Is that all? Because, like I said, I don't want to waste time and die here gabbing with you.
Vasily had a dark side. A man who was a rock for the entire village became an abuser at home. He tortured Vesna for many years, turning her life into a nightmare. Elder Vasily. Vasily's death has left its mark on the entire village. People became violent and full of aggression, still full of terrible memories of the fire. On top of that, apparently the Elder was not a crystalline figure. Someone in the village holds a deep grudge against him. I need to look into this.
A lot of people benefit from your wisdom. They're superstitious and timid, as far as I've been able to figure out. Easy to control, right?
Pot calling kettle. That, my boy, that you can ask that charlatan with fancy dress and beard. Who takes advantage of who here? Bah! The people here are believers, of course. But the spirit in the village is real too.
Is this spirit you're talking about, not a person?
I heard it howling. That's nothing human. One evil spirit here persecutes people, and you can hear it now and then, sometimes. Tragedies attract it, and impure thoughts. We here call it a Bukovac.
But other places probably call it other things.
An evil spirit's an evil spirit. It torments people and turns their weaknesses against them.
And what if I told you I could get rid of it?
I'd say I'll believe it when I see it. And I'd ask, how else can I help you?
Well then, I hope you'll still be alive.
I'm missing something, surprisingly. There's more to talk about.
Been going in so
Not a, nope. What am I missing? I am flat out missing, actually, a surprising amount. So I know once you go to the forest, you're generally going in for the win. At least in this area. Not going into the back room. That was probably the mistake, yeah. I don't think I can knock on the door again, so that was definitely the mistake. Oh well. Nah, it's fine. Good lesson for the future. Don't, you know, always use magic to solve your problems.
Again.
This time, it's a matter of life and death.
How is your search going?
Almost finished. I know who's attracting the Bukavach.
Can you reveal that secret?
It's Luca. It has to be Luca.
Do you still want to catch that Salutor?
Yes, absolutely.
Despite the risk?
I hope I can persuade you to come with me.
That's an enormous favor you're asking me. I hope you'll be able to return it.
I give my word.
Did you hear? We're going to see Luca Bogosian.
He reestablished a spiritual connection between the character and his, essentially, Salutor. Victor did a very good job of messing up his own spiritual capabilities when he tried to
I'm not here to
cross the
fight.
streams.
Luca!
You shouldn't have threatened my wife.
Why did you do this?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're the one who brought the Salutor here. The spirit that you all say arrived in the village after Vasily's death. The Salutor is what's making fear consume you all and making you hot-headed. And it's because of your flaw, which has been within you since the murder took place.
A murder might just be about to take place.
Cut off his head.
What?
Tear off his head before he opens his mouth again.
Unless you're the one that killed him.
And I'd do it again if I could. Get out of here!
Here you are, Thaumaturge.
This is actually playing out a little bit differently, given the lack of clear information.
And you're fine.
Oh, now I'll let you play difficulty. Automatically put it on the hardest for me because I kind of stomped every encounter along the way. Sure. I'll go with their recommendation. To defeat a wild Salutor, you must get rid of the shadows that protect him. Vanquishing the shadows will weaken him, but the weaker he is, the more fiercely he'll fight back. The bard tells you when the wild Salutor sends more enemies against you. The Bukavach has caused you to enter the suffering state. States have a benign or potentially deadly effect. Read their descriptions and don't get caught off guard. So, I have a DOT happening to me right now. just fast enough. You're easy to drop. Actually, no. I will be focusing on beating you up, and you can reduce his focus, so I am no longer being affected by the DOT. She lost her action. Okie doke. We drop you. And we will restore some of our health. And there we go. Blah, Bohemans.
You lose. You're going crazy again, you blind fool.
A little faith, Thaumaturge. Focus on what's true. My voice is true. I am the truth, you see. Look.
You've defeated the Bokovaj, the Deed's Dimension Salutor, but you cannot tame him on your own. Rasputin comes to your help. The untamed Salutor won't obey your orders, stops you from developing, and weakens your perception. Fortunately, Rasputin soothed his anger. You've achieved the unachievable.
Unbelievable.
How do you feel? Are you all right?
Well, I don't think I'm hallucinating, but that means I'm currently facing a crowd of furious lumberjacks with axes, so I'd say I've been better.
What? What? I'm telling the truth. I do it again. None of you understand anything. It's because of this magician. It's his fault.
The magician didn't kill Vasily. He didn't bring the evil here. You're a witch! To the stake with her! To the stake!
And you... why are you just standing there? Are you just letting them do this? Fine. I'll handle it myself. I did it before, and I can do it now.
What have you done? Go. You don't need to see this.
Well, now that we've gotten Deed, we can use magic, but the last time we've been using magic, it's not exactly given us the most robust dialogue options. So instead, we'll do this.
Think, Luca. Your feelings for Vesna are still true, I know that. Hear out her reasons before you do anything.
Okay. You two better not come back to the village!
As if we wanted to.
So that played out quite differently. Last time, because I got all the things, the wise woman came out and laid down the law. She did not do so this time. So I wonder if I can go back and quickly get that dialogue without, missing anything here. Flip through the dialogue.
I know you.
So what happens when we give her the doll?
I think I've got something of yours. I found it by your father's burned-out farmhouse. You've imprinted your fear onto it. I know because I'm a Thaumaturge. I want to help.
What do you want to know?
Where can I find your husband?
In the clearing, by the forest. He's chopping wood with the others.
Thank you.
Get that thing out of here.
That did not end up doing the trick, so now I just missed some connecting points. And I'm not going to go running around for like 10, 15 minutes to clean that up. So either I am blind or they expanded the beginning of the game a little bit.
Excuse me, sir. Do you happen to know when the train arrives? The postmaster said it's usually no more than an hour late, so it should be here any moment. I got a tougher question for you.
Pardon?
Will this train get me close to Albuquerque?
I'm afraid that's an ocean away, and even to the ocean you've got a ways to go.
Thank you. Ever since I took a wrong turn at Albuquerque, I can't get my bearings. The things I've seen, sir. Places I've been. I just can't get to Albuquerque.
You know, everyone seemingly gets lost trying to get there, and I don't know why.
I wanted to send 2 telegrams, one to Warsaw and one to Paris.
Mr. Shulsky, I was meant to send for you when the driver came to get the mail. My condolences about your father. Do you still want to send something?
Did you come to say goodbye to me?
More like to share my fear. Your condition yesterday, after the fight with that Bukovac, it troubled me. I don't think my treatments are having a long-lasting effect. And you don't look the best. Do you feel all right?
I've just heard that my father is dead.
My condolences.
After your treatment, when I was hallucinating, I saw him. I heard his voice for the first time in years. I'm sure it was him. A strange feeling.
Maybe he came to say goodbye. Maybe it was his last chance to speak to you. A prophecy.
I hope not.
What do you intend to do now?
Just a moment ago, I was thinking about Vienna or Budapest and going on from there to Paris, but now I've got to get to Warsaw first. What about you?
Thanks to you. I don't think I have anything else to do here. I had a little time to think about what I saw in your mind. Tell me, Victor, have you ever seen a human skull cracked open on the cobblestones?
Your question sounded like a threat.
Because it is, for all of us. I have the skull of Franz Ferdinand himself, with his brain spilling out onto the sidewalk. I also saw the white steps in Odessa running with blood. A battlefield blanketed in lethal fog, with faceless beings emerging from it. This hasn't happened yet, but I saw it as clearly as I see you now. Thanks to you, I know that I can stop it. I know that I am part of history, and I can change it. Even at the cost of scorn, contempt, or my life. You promised me a favor, so Warsaw sounds perfect.
And that is where the demo ended the first time. You still got the train scene that's about to happen, but after this, I don't know what's going on. Incredible, a sewage system. Warsaw enters the 20th century with a modern-day cesspool. I read that it's some kind of conspiracy, though. A little chunky here.
Warszawa! Warsaw! Warsaw! Last stop, Warsaw. Time to wake up.
It's clouding over.
The weather is like my mood.
Aside from the circumstances of the funeral bringing you back, you hadn't thought of ever returning here?
I hate this city. It always makes me think of the stench of vodka, sweat, and urine. Corruption, poverty, and trust me, no justice but street justice.
I'm sure something must have changed since you left.
But probably not for the better.
What about the people? Those close to you? You'll never miss them?
I definitely didn't expect I'd be coming to my father's funeral so early.
I've noticed you two had certain differences in your views on life.
Yes, especially on my life. But admittedly, that's not a very exciting discovery. Is that all you've learned about me on our journey?
You drool in your sleep. Anything in there about Warsaw?
Workers are striking. They want to take advantage of the Tsar's visit to Warsaw. The protests are being violently suppressed. Last week, around a dozen people were killed. Polish Socialist Party militants attacked a train. They stole money, bonds, and explosive materials. They're also suspected of robbing a transport of Dutch pomade. The socialists in Warsaw must look pretty sharp then. Further along, we've got murders, muggings, and poverty.
The newspapers feed on sensation. Remember that in darkness, even a small spark can be seen clearly. Even I can feel hope from all the people riding with us. Can't you?
Even without my powers, I can tell that hope is bringing people here from all three partitions. Miners, steelworkers, governesses, maids, speculators, thieves. I've gotten to read a few of our fellow passengers' possessions, and I know that hope can have many faces.
Will you share that knowledge with me?
There's a terrified woman riding with us. She's either running away or in hiding. I think that gentleman is smuggling something, because excitement is all mixed up with guilt inside him. And this dandy, he's going whoring.
If there's something I've learned in life, Victor, it's never to neglect the horse.
Absolutely, Rasputin.
Warsaw, end of the line. Welcome to Warsaw.
I think the time's come to ask where you plan to stay.
I'll let you know when I come up with something.
Just because he's the co-protagonist doesn't mean he suddenly became a better person. More sympathetic light, maybe. But, it's still fucking Rasputin. Seriously? They preserved that part of him? What the shit? The Mermaid City's son. I'm back, reluctantly. Warsaw has changed a lot. Only my father is still the same, distant and cold. At least now he has an excuse. So, Salutors. His new ability our new boy is as follows. Cast Suffering State on the enemy. If the enemy health is at 50 or less, the skill additionally casts a state on a random enemy. That is a dot. Bloody Wedding. Damage to 8 for each enemy afflicted by the Suffering State. Doom. Inflicts damage. Lower the hit points, faster skill speed. And then his strong attack is inflicts damage and gives everyone DOTs. He is just flat up he murder. He is absolutely a burn boy. Also, holy shit, that's an issue. Well, people were weird back in the day. I am not infallible. I was certain it was Luca who had the flaw, but it turned out to be his wife who lured the Bukovac here. Her flaw brought about by a family tragedy. Vesna killed her violent father, seeing no other way to save herself. Warsaw, 1905. Warsaw is neither close nor distant to me. It is the city of my childhood, early youth, my first experiences, those thaumaturgical and otherwise. When I left, I didn't miss it. I did miss my home, my sister, my friend. But the city meant only so much as my loved ones who were there. It was defined by their presence. I didn't really cherish my memories of Warsaw, but I remembered it differently. I knew where they sold the best candies, which way home was the fastest. Now I feel like I don't even know the city at all. It is still a melting pot where emotions simmer, pushing the town's matter to its limits. It all still rests in the anticipation of change, an eruption and action. But it is different. I am different. I will have to relearn my way around here all over again. Southern Shromadense? Rhythm permeates every brick here, every cobblestone, every rail. The racket of steam engine pistons, of hammers working on the soaring buildings, the frantic heartbeats, the stomp of marching protesters. The dynamics of progress and change are overwhelming, intoxicating, and emboldening. I can hear the ripple of dissent more and more clearly. The rhythmic pulse loosens the rivets holding bilingual signboards together and unties corset knots. In this place you live in the here and now because the past reeks of decay and is too terrifying to think of what the future holds. And no, You do not get to start with the Buklevak, but he is mandatory as he is the essentially quote-unquote tutorial boss fight. So you will get him. Your starter is Upir, who is more of a support slash healer. He keeps you alive. Also, I should probably read that letter. How do I read it? Let's see. No, haven't read that. I guess we don't get to read what's on it, which kind of sucks. The Russian Empire. A beast. Extend your hand to it and you will lose it. Fat, but always hungry. Respecting only force, unresponsive to rational reasoning. That is the way imperialist powers are. The Russian Empire seeks to reign supreme among them. But who knows how long it will last? History has seen greater falls. People are starting to speak their minds, starting to act. Turbulent moods foreshadow change. The war with Japan gives citizens new arguments against the Tsardom's inept policy, and the cup of bitterness continues to fill. The Tsar fails to live up to his time, and his authority is faltering. It seems powerless in the face of the future that is about to become reality. In the midst of it all, there is still at the Empire's mercy the Kingdom of Poland. Deprived of its autonomy, it has taken a Russian face, but deep inside its heart is still beating. Poland continues to smolder. More than 100 years have passed since Poland divided from the world map, divided between three powers, the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, and the Russian Empire. The Kingdom of Poland, with its capital in Warsaw, is under the tough rule of the Tsar. The Polish language is being pushed out of schools, offices, and public spaces by the invaders. However, the Polish dream of regaining independence is still alive, and the revolutionary moods abroad seem to favor the fight for freedom, yours and ours. I think the game is basically built upon it. You are a set character to start off with.
People unite, empires fall.
But now that we've, shall we say, stepped out of tutorial mode, we are free to make our own decisions and develop into the character we want to be. I say there's nothing wrong with having a preset character. Helps get you into the world and figure out things. They can set the pace exactly as they want it to be. Let's keep a healthy balance and bump up our mind and word to 2. Citizen, beware of thaumaturges who act in secret, plotting to bring down the economy and thus take complete control of our society. Let us protect our children from the degenerates waiting for the right moment to take control of the most innocent minds and souls. Let us get rid of those parasites. Recent research shows that thaumaturge brains are burned out from thoughts that go against nature. Hence, they cannot be treated equally to normal people. Let us act now, before it is too late. Anti-thaumaturgical leaflets. They saw us through! Wanted notice. To all police station chiefs of Warsaw, beware of Aborysi Nichev, leader of the Shivs gang, recently seen near Worsboa Street. Description: hair, blonde, eyes, blue, face, round, stature, sizable, distinctive marks. Dark circles underneath his eyes signifying exceptional anger. He is a thief and a murderer, particularly active in the Shromintse area. Whoever notifies the authorities of his whereabouts or contributes to his apprehension shall be rewarded. I see no drop. The Country Weekly Magazine, change of Warsaw's Governor General. Today, the Supreme Order of August 28th was announced. The Governor General of Warsaw, Commander of the Warsaw Military District, Adjutant General Maskowicz, will be released from his current duties while retaining the title of Adjutant General. He'll be replaced by his second in command, Adjutant General Saklo. The Warsaw Courier. Their Majesties have arrived. When this issue of the Courier is in your hands, the ancient city of Warsaw will be receiving its most distinguished guests. His Majesty Nikolai II, the Emperor of all Russia, King of Poland, and Grand Duke of Finland, and Her Royal Highness Tsarina Alexandra Feronova will arrive in our city this afternoon. This will be a royal couple's first visit to Warsaw. On the long-awaited and joyous occasion, our city has taken up a festive appearance. Streets have been adorned with festoons of flowers and greenery, and the entire area that of the royal procession will pass through is filled with crowds of people wishing to pay homage to their majesties on behalf of Warsaw and all the kingdom. And with that vow of loyal allegiance, Polish hearts send to the throne a quiet echo of fervent desires and lasting comfort. These arise from His Majesty's words, who have declared him in his grand manifestos that his ultimate goal was to ensure the happiness of all his loyal subjects, and to discern all of his loyal subjects' needs. Those gracious words of the sovereign have become a source of comfort for the people of the Kingdom of Poland. And in that name of comfort, the Polish people under Russian rule are happy to greet His Majesty today, trusting that their substantial needs will be recognized and ready for civic and public service. Oh, God. So, yeah, no, we are definitely going to have ourselves a plot hook where Rasputin's going to want to talk to her. Revolutionary leaflets. Brothers, the 11-hour workdays are killing us. Let us follow the example of the workers in German and English factories and fight to reduce them to 9 working hours. Join the strike. Put down your tools and join the fight for our future. Ah, yes. When revolutionaries fought for 9-hour workdays, and when the only day you had off was Sunday to go to church. That's a time. Tragedy on the Maskowska Street. Several people have died in a building collapse, including respected Warsaw entrepreneur Stanislav Slutski. No one seems to know the cause of the accident, defective construction on the building, or deliberate attack. All we know is that it could not have been foreseen. Shock and awe. The tenement house was inhabited by 4 families. 3 of them are now in mourning after losing their loved ones. The Bolowaskis lost their children. Mr. and Mrs. Goldecki lost their lives, and Francis Konowski, the owner of a prom and linen factory warehouse, perished in the collapse. The case is being investigated by the police, while residents are advised caution when walking on city streets. A menu. Kozlenka Restaurant. Menu. Borscht or broth, fruit soup, porridge with crayfish, goose and jelly, young turkey, romaine lettuce, pan-seared saffron milk cups, cucumber salad, compote, cream with chocolate, pears a la treo, cup of green gages, mocha black coffee, local lager, English porter, partitioned caviar, and snacks. They've got some very interesting things. Quite a bit of that's not local. Also, the red coat's interesting, but I'm gonna stick with the basic. I shilled out a little more to get the nicer edition because it came with a soundtrack, and I dig the game's musical soundtrack, so yeah. That was just a nice little +1. Gotta have the drip. Act 1, The City That Does Not Forget.
Why such a crowd?
The circus has come to town.
These are troubled times. Brothers turn against brothers. Russia has had enough bloodshed. The violence must stop. When socialists attempt to divide Russia and her subject nations, to dent the sword that smote the enemy at Grunwald, this demands my decisive action. Thus, by my grace, I hereby appoint as Governor General of Warsaw, Georgi Antonovich Skowon.
A butcher.
Not a popular guy, I presume.
I see you ain't from here. That swine keeps a photo album of all the folks he's had shot at the Citadel.
Before and after execution.
Warsaw! The time for leniency and indulgence is over.
Oh god,
From
that
the
accent.
moment this office is bestowed on me, no forces hostile to the subjects of Greater Russia will have any further right to exist. None! Whether it be brutal socialist subversives, communists, Jews, or other satanic provocators.
It's
Who knows how
1905.
to unite a crowd?
Pardon me. Are you Polish?
Yes, I feel Polish. My name's Victor.
Wanda.
This is Russia here. Like it or not. Warszawa. Время террора закончилось.
Иди нахуй!
My first decision as Governor General of Warsaw. Arrestować.
Great heroes in their sense of timing. Of course, now they're the first ones in the fight.
Samoobladanie, Polyaki. We want that rebel. The Loudmouth.
Damn.
Did you just drop bullets?
Be a gentleman. Please kneel and tie my shoe.
We can be a
I
gentleman.
didn't dare suggest it myself.
Also the fact that, you know, she dropped bullets.
Can I ask you a tiny favor? The Russians can't find out about this. The military is just looking for an excuse to suppress the crowd, and these workers are dreaming of thrashing a Russian gendarme.
Either one of you confesses to disturbing the peace, or всех забирай. We'll take you all in.
You can't handle all of us.
Can you get us out of here?
I think I'm open to any kind of suggestion.
With a book like that, I'd find out what would convince one of these bastards to let us go. Or I'd take on that self-appointed leader of the proletariat.
Interesting strategy. Who are you, really?
A damsel in distress.
Those don't usually hide ammunition in their stockings.
Can I explain it to you another time?
Fair enough.
I'm going to take a look around.
Wanda, who I met during the kettling incident, needs me to help her inconspicuously escape. So that does check out. Deed. Police barrier. A police barrier meant to help with keeping order during the rally. The seemingly ordinary barrier carries a memory of a hand whose firm grip represents the determination of the one who controls it. It was the gendarme commander who set up the barrier, carrying in his heart a desire to return to the warmth of his home. All he needed was a scapegoat. Pistol bullets. Bullets that fell from under the woman's dress and scattered on the pavement. Small bullets carry big emotions. Hope, because they were meant to benefit the cause. Fear, which even in these difficult times makes its way to even the hardiest of hearts. And determination, the companion of courage, without it which would be impossible to face reality. Each bullet was hidden in the nooks and crannies of the undergarments with care and precision, just like the previous time, and the time before that. This is nothing new for the person who took the risk.
Do you think it's a good idea to stir people up and send them to face bullets and bayonets?
What do you want then? My whole life on my knees? Kissing Ruski's ass?
I know.
Well, if you don't want to fight, then hide when they start shooting.
See if we can make it more. The workers' leader is a oh, shit. The workers' leader is a charismatic man whose words greatly move the crowd. He will not keep quiet, even if it means ending up in a cell. Alright, Corporal?
Pardon me, gentlemen.
The crowd has received the order. For now, zero response.
We'll give them a moment to arrest them all, book them, interrogate them. Gospodi will be home in November.
Gendarme readiness. Gendarmes are ready to pacify the crowd. They won't hesitate to arrest those that draw their attention. The manhunt at the station. The sergeant wants to call it a day and go home as fast as possible. A manhunt entails a lot of work he'd rather avoid. With a little nudge, he might settle for taking in the agitators and letting the rest go. The workers' leader is perfect for the role.
Gentlemen, please, forgive me. Maybe there's a faster way to get this situation resolved.
Back off, Polyak, or we'll start shooting. Paniatno, scrum. Dawaj.
Sergeant, I didn't want to do this, but my name is Viktor Shulsky.
Shulsky or Smolsky, I don't care.
We'll make an example of you for the rest of these bastards.
Oh. Well, that works. Good chance to try out our new boy. Still, unfortunately, pulling the noble card did not exactly work out. Oh, 100%. They're called flaws for a reason. Selecting yourself or a Salutor, you can preview both your and your Salutor's skills. You can summon another Salutor at any time. A green frame around the Salutor's image means they are exceptionally effective in a fight with a given enemy. Yup. Let's see. Actually, we can make that work quite nicely, because that'll do a 32. Enemy reinforcements are on the way. I don't like that. That's my best shot. I did not interrupt. This is gonna hurt. As it turns out, eating a sword sucks. I will drop him. Ow. Let's see what the Buklava can do. No. So we're not dead. Throw on suffering so that we can pull out our boy who benefits from just doing hard kill. So yeah, up here to start off with, then you switch over to Mr. Buklavak to finish the job. That's kill. Enemies have a trait that can make them immune to attacks. Traits are related to different dimensions and they can be disabled. To disable a trait, attack them with a salutor that belongs to the same dimension as the trait. Now, if you don't have the required dimension force, you can take away all the opponent's focus and then just beat the shit out of them. Let's throw the dot. He still takes full damage from dots. Let's try to interrupt him. I don't want to get shot today. Oh, now that we're pulling out guns, guns are just coming out, okay. This isn't gonna get me in trouble with the Russian military at all. Or did that fight not actually happen?
Name?
Shulski. Victor.
One of those Shulskis?
Yes.
My condolences. Now, profile.
Thank you.
What you pissing in the bucket for, asshole?
Where else am I supposed to?
Brown in the bucket, whiz on the wall.
You better remember that, too. That bucket's gonna last you guys till tomorrow.
Can I use the phone?
Alright, so needless to say, probably not the ideal way of getting out of there. A bold girl that approached me during the Tsar's speech and introduced herself only as Wanda. She was sneaking bullets in the nooks and crannies of her undergarments, and not for the first time. Intriguing. I had a moment to talk to Wanda while we were taken into custody following the kettle incident. Newly appointed by the Tsar, Governor General of Warsaw is not popular with the people. Sakhalon's first decision was to suppress the revolutionary terror with even greater terror from the authorities. That does not bode well. Tsar Nikolai II Alexandrovich Romanov, the Emperor of Russia, King of Poland, Grand Duke of Finland. He is seeing Warsaw with his family. Warsaw does not seem to care for him. More revolutionary leaflets.
What are you staring at, Ganef?
I don't know what that means.
Quit squealing. First time in the big city? Have some respect if you don't know who you're running your mouth at. What did they put such a swell in jail for?
Why not?
I showed a couple of Russian soldiers when I think about the petitions.
I have moments like that sometimes.
And I gave it to some Ruskies in the kisser, too. There's this red-bearded fella sitting there. I glassed him in the face, then kicked him in the bean, and wham! On the floor. And I pinched his billfold, too.
Did anybody ask you? Shut your damn trap. Well, are you from somebody?
I don't really get what you're asking.
Good thing you're asking and not just running your mouth, like some people. The question is, do you got a backer in town? You set up with somebody? Do you work for somebody?
My name's Viktor Szulski, and I work on my own behalf.
All right, respect.
First of all, I am a Thaumaturge.
Do we want to go around admitting
Now,
that?
them I got respect for. I know one really decent Jew from Povishla who's a wizard too.
How about you? You got a foreskin or what?
Is my foreskin any of your fucking business?
Well, no. I was just...
Schmuck. But you don't look like much of a Warsaw lad.
You should not judge a book by its cover.
A tough guy, like a real Warsaw lad.
I was born here. Now I've come home.
Welcome to Warsaw.
Alright. Not much to do but sit down.
I wouldn't call you a master strategist.
You got away from the station, so theoretically, we achieved our goal.
You're not losing your sense of humor. I guess this isn't your first time in a place like this, is it?
You'd better tell me if you managed to get rid of your ammunition.
If I hadn't, I'd already be locked up at the Citadel. I admit your behavior did successfully distract the Ruskies.
You're welcome.
All right then. What's such a gorgeous, hairy mug doing in a crummy place like this?
I spent a little time on the Rue de la Raquette in Paris.
It got demolished 5 years ago.
Oui. What about you? You seem to know your way around this setting. You been here often?
I'll take that as a compliment. And sure, sometimes, if the cause demands it.
What cause?
Let's say I know certain folks who'd find poles like you useful.
Socialist?
Dealers in stolen Dutch pomade?
Donut connoisseurs. They met at Burke Rotblitz's cafe.
I don't want to jinx it, but do you spend time there too?
If I'm not there, no one will want to talk to you. And don't worry, I don't usually hang out long in places like this.
Szulski!
I see you won't be hanging out here long either.
Fearless Wanda, smuggler of bullets, proposed a meeting at Burg Rosblitz. The woman I met during the kettling incident was smuggling bullets in the nooks and crannies of her undergarments. Clearly it wasn't the first time she's done that. Unfortunately, this time the garter didn't hold, and the bullets fell onto the pavement. Maybe fate will have us cross paths again, and we'll meet at Burg Rosblitz for jammed donuts.
Shulsky, this yours?
That's right.
Then take it and get out of here.
Don't question it.
Thank you.
I have my own file. Think this girl's been here before. Wanda's file. Right? To be fair, though, I am of notable name here, so it may be the fact that they can't lose my firearm if they don't want to face legal trouble. When recruiting for the Gendarmerie, it is recommended to reject the following candidates immediately: people related to rebels and troublemakers, Jews, and Thaumaturges. Any deviation from these instructions must be very well argued. Which is to say, not going to happen. Stanislaus' obituary. Stanislaus Slosky. Widely respected citizen, thaumaturge, philanthropist, entrepreneur, father, and husband. Died suddenly on August 31st at the age of 64. A service for the repose of his soul will be held at St. Charles Borromeo Church this Saturday, September 7th at 11, which his daughter would like to invite all relatives, friends, and acquaintances. That is something we've read before. Wanted list. 1002 Maria Bukova, 54 years old, residing in Warsaw, Old Praga. Accused of complicity with stealing 2,000 rubles worth of Dutch pomade. Wanted. Description: short in stature, black hair, small hazel eyes, 3 scars on right leg. Warsaw, August 3rd, 1905. 1003 Jesosik Meuris, serving time in prison on Deslina Street, escaped from the hospital on Pocona Street, where he was treated on August 2nd, 1905. Description: tall in stature, frail, small round face, dark hair, small black eyes, small flat nose, 19 years old. 04. Newdorf Isaac, 18 years old, son of Lipius, formerly residing in Minsk, Mazowiecki on Lucas Street, accused of stealing fowl, then fled in an unascertained direction. Minsk, Mazowiecki, August 14th, 1905. Orders. During the time of our gracious Tsar, all of Russia's visit to Warsaw, it is necessary to enhance the sense of security. Therefore, I ordained that the number of patrols be doubled. All station chiefs are required to comply with the order immediately. If time is humankind's most valuable currency, those here are bankrupt. In marble mausoleums bedecked in bespoke sculptures, in inscriptions composed by poets and continuous supply of sumptuous wreaths, still they have their nicks in their own material accounts. Candles gutter out slowly, and sometimes someone throws fresh flowers out in mockery. A bleak temple in honor of form without consent. There used to be an idyllic garden here, established by Princess Tsardoskia, on which noble women dancing in Greek dresses. Now there is no laughter echoing from among the ancient trees, only weeping. I have the impression that the story of Powązki is a metaphor for the history of Warsaw. lot of places to go. The rush of civilization, success, and the accumulation of capital. Marble angels smile mockingly, watching everything from behind the cemetery gate. Not long ago, there used to be an embank... Oh. Much for that. Whoop. I'll tap. Whoop. Men's tailor, Roche Doborowski, accepts all manner of tailoring work, offering the lowest possible prices. Expect thoroughness, tastefulness, and diligence from the start to the finishing touch. 11 Prosna Street, entry from the front. The late Francisque Hamatel went to be with the Lord following brief yet painful agony, having received his sacraments on August 18, 1905, at the age of 65. The bereaved family is asking all relatives and friends to join them at the funeral service held at St. Anna's Church on Kurowski Presmacy on the August 25th at 11, followed by the transfer of the body to the family tomb at Powaski Cemetery. Saturday, 7 a.m. Volatile service in the honor of Our Lady of the Rosary for the intention of the brothers and sisters of the Confraternity of the Holy Rosary. 9. Holy Mass, which will be followed by recitation of the Litany of Loretto, with a prayer for the conversion of sinners. We have read that before. Rip. Marjo Winowska, Polish stage artist. B. December 23rd, 1861. July 1st, 1890. To my beloved daughter, a woeful mother. A white rose on the grave. So it's true what they say about that tragic love story. Here lies Jan Shimlik, our dear friend. In 1891, he met his end. What he is now lies deep inside. What he is, never you mind. I think I'll upgrade my ability to... Or do I not need to be concerned with that? I guess I don't need to be concerned with that. Additional skill. Action reaction. Inflicts damage. We'll give that a shot then. I can't develop my other skills without getting... Okay. So those trees are currently locked off to me until I get... Okay, that makes sense. So I'm about as good as I get right now without getting more spirits to help out. Graf Frederick Karl Nesselrode, 1786 to 1868. Scene Torture. Marie Mokanoff, Route BM, 1822 to 1874. Calgary. Here's the one who broke Noin's heart. My sister is not going to be happy. All I did was drop my name.
I'm sure you don't remember me. My name's Hayat, Mordecai Hayat. I wanted to offer my condolences. Thank you. Please, forgive my prying. I know Mr. Shulsky took nitroglycerin for his heart, but how did he pass away? Was that his cause of death? His heart?
Oh boy.
We've ruled out any coronary causes since the doctors couldn't confirm whether the deceased had a heart.
Yes, I understand. My condolences, once again. I'll leave you alone. I'm sure you want to bid farewell to your father.
I think I ought to arrest you, Thaumaturge.
I haven't done anything, officer. What's the problem?
I barely recognize you either. You still haven't figured out who I am? Don't be surprised. The last time we saw one another was 20 kilos ago.
Uncle Voronian?
I will not keep you. The guy's probably all alone back there, among those vultures circling Stasio. I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. Go on. We'll talk later.
Huh, my uncle's a cop. I'm sure that's probably good to know. Alexander Vorenin. Uncle Sasha is our mother's Nadia's brother, always kind and good-natured. He watched us grow up. I'm not very close with his son, Preta, even though we're of similar age. I met names slip me. I met Mordechai Charat at the funeral. He introduced himself as an acquaintance of the deceased. He asked me a number of rather odd questions and was keenly interested in the way my father died.
Sister?
Victor. I'm so glad you came. I wasn't sure if my telegram had reached you.
I'm glad too. How are you holding up?
All this caught me off guard, but for now I don't have time to think things through calmly. Look at yourself. What happened?
I took a short trip to a Warsaw jail.
What? Are you joking? During the funeral? Are you alright?
Everything's fine, don't worry. Have you written to Mother?
Yes, but what can you expect? You know what Nadia is like. It was never her style to show up for family events like this. It's getting late, and we've still got the reading of Papa's will ahead of us at home. And I'll leave you two alone. I suppose you've got your own matters to clear up.
Fine, let's get this over with. So, it was me who got it right in the end. Back then, on the train platform, was the last time we saw one another. 15 years ago. After brief suffering, fell asleep in the Lord. Brief? I hope not. Did you write this yourself? A tyrant, bigot, and liar, mistakenly absolved, died after suffering all too briefly. That's better. Definitely closer to the truth. The day you died,
You visited me in my dreams. I was a child when you hounded me out of here, and I remember you as you were back then. But in my dream you looked older. You gave me hell as usual. You didn't believe I'd succeed. You were wrong. I've come back with 2 salutars. I'm sorry there are so many things I didn't get to say to your face. All those years, I said them over and over to myself in my head. How you were never able to admit a mistake. You never sought blame in yourself. Someone else was always guilty, never you. Mother, because she wanted something for herself in life. Ligia, because she wasn't born a boy. Me, because I was born a Thaumaturge, but I didn't want to live following your principles. And now... Farewell, Father.
Am I intruding?
Have you been eavesdropping like that for long?
All my life. I came to pay my respects to the dead. Stanisław and I were acquainted. You might say I knew everything about your father. Mr. Victor Szulski, isn't it? Your absence from Warsaw has happily come to an end, I hope.
With all due respect, this is my personal business. It was my father who knew you, not me.
True. Please forgive me. I meant no harm. Again, my condolences.
I didn't catch your name.
My name's Konieczkin. Ivan Konieczkin. Goodbye.
Such interesting friends you had. I guess I'm more tired than I thought.
That hurts. We're having stress upon the body. At my father's funeral, I was startled by a certain Ivan Kovchikin. He mentioned that he knew about my father, and that he knew all about him. Also, how do I check my pride? Because I've been feeding it a whole awful lot. And yet I can't tell. I mean, it's very possible. Dad was one. Josefina Soluszka, née Holinle.
Great-grandmother Josefina, a Thaumaturge.
Nikodem Soluszki.
Grandpa Nikodem, a Thaumaturge. I barely remember him. We can go. The hardest thing was getting the lid of the urn. The scattering I could handle.
You can play the clown, but I know how much this has cost you. I'm glad you went.
Love at a funeral. Eros post-mortem. Is it suitable for a young lady in mourning to fraternize with bachelors? Konstancja Szabłowska, the Warsaw Courier. Could I ask for a brief comment?
Hyena.
Thank you. And you, sir?
We're twins, my dear lady.
The Shulskis reunited. You don't look like a horrid cripple. Why did you leave Warsaw so quickly?
Don't tell her anything. She'll write whatever she wants anyway. And we'd better get going.
On one hand, I know not to agitate the news. On the other hand, agitating the news. That's always fun. No.
I can sort it out, but it might cause you some trouble.
It's not worth getting your hands dirty over.
Get out of here, or I might decide you're attacking an Imperial official, and you'll wake up tomorrow in the Citadel.
Are you threatening me, Judge?
I'm actually spurring you from him. Would you rather try your luck with a Thaumaturge? Come on, children. I'm sure my Pietia is already waiting for us at home.
I'd love to see my cousin.
Are you coming with us?
Thanks.
Get in. I'm sure the lawyer is already waiting for us.
I grew up here. I ran through these streets. I peeked into people's windows and inside their souls a bit once Upir came around. A happy childhood. Come in, we'll get soaked. What, in a light drizzle like this? Actually, yeah, this is pretty much a light drizzle. Coming from the guy who lives in Oregon.
Miss, your guests have arrived. The lawyer's upstairs too, waiting. A trifle jittery. Wonder if the tea I made him was too strong.
Thank you, Grażyna dear. Let the guests wait. First, I want to take care of the will.
I'll just wet my whistle and join you all upstairs.
Make sure Uncle makes it upstairs sober. And I'll suggest you don't dawdle either.
Master Victor, good God! Half your face covered, but I could tell right away it was you. You look just like your father in his youth. Completely his spitting image. Should I make you some cocoa, Master? It would warm you up a little.
Make an extra creamy one for Ligia.
Oh, I won't skimp on her. Now, your sister's putting a brave face on all this, but she's really having a hard time. It's lovely to see you again. But that's enough jabber for now. I've got the guests and the cocoa, and I've got to whip up some food for you all later. We'll talk soon.
Back in the wolf's den. Father's portrait. The portrait depicts Father in his twilight years, the serious expression on his face, the proud posture, and the grimoire in his hand, combined with the dark background and lack of embellishments. It all reflects the staunchness and pragmatism he always had. Good old Stanislaw. However, the faint red streak can be seen around his figure. Apparently, artists are particularly sensitive to seeing things that usually escape the human eye. This one should receive double emolument for capturing the thaumaturgical aura. The Warsaw Courier, Evening Extra. Here's the latest news on the riots that disrupted His Majesty Emperor Nikolai II's speech today. A moment after our gracious Emperor announced Gregory Saklon as the new Governor General of Warsaw, a group of troublemakers started yelling most disgraceful slogans. Despite reinforced security, there was a scuffle. The Germandant, however, were able to get the situation quickly under control. A few people were injured, including 2 policemen who came to help. 30 people were charged with public nuisance, and brawling were taken into custody. I can imagine it gets pretty rainy up there.
My mouth again. I already failed to recognize someone once today, but you look familiar.
Well, I should think so. I was the victim of one of your starling hunts. Voronins must not be very memorable, cousin.
Kietia! Forgive me, and for shooting you as well. How are you doing?
Just some heart problems, not a subject for today. I'm sorry about Uncle Stanislav. Forgive me for not coming to the funeral. I can't bear cemeteries.
We'll have to meet up again.
Goodbye.
In Oregon, it's one of 3 weathers. Weird as hell and out of place. Really sunny or really rainy.
Oh, I'm glad you're here. I thought I'd have to drink alone.
So many goodies laid out for the guests. Having trouble picking something for yourself, Judge?
But this was Stashio's. It was special. Amber liqueur with quinces.
I think you mean quince liqueur with amber, right? If it's not here, I'm sure it's in the basement. But I won't grope around down there in the dark now. I've got my hands full.
Now, I don't want to trouble you either. Victor, could you track down a little bottle for your uncle?
I suppose I'm obligated to accept this mission.
Good lad. A nephew like you is a treasure.
Rosnia's liquor recipe. Quince liquor with amber. Pour a pot of ripe, duly pickled quince fruits into a 4-gallon demijohn and pour in a light, cool syrup with 6 pounds of sugar and 2 gallons of water. Add 10 pieces of amber, stirring perfectly, and add a half-gallon of your best spirit. Seal and place in a moderately warm place outside of the sun for 10 days, stirring several times per day, shaking the demijohn. After 10 to 12 days, when the clumps have sunk and the liquid is completely clear, pour into bottles, cork tightly, and keep in a cool, dry cellar. "365 Dinner Recipes for 5 Zlotys" by Lucina C. Capon or pulled with pullet with sausages. Clean and pluck the capon while warm. Burn off the remaining feathers and knots over the fire. Slice off the giblets and add them to the broth. Rinse and salt throughout, and roast on a spit while coating with butter. When finishing roasting, put a large spoonful of sausage butter inside. Sprinkle the top with breadcrumbs. Douse in liquid butter and fry in the pan. If you don't have sausages, a piece of butter with pepper will do. You can also put the sausage butter in the capron once it is on the platter. Comfy. The Bust of Verona. The stern countenance resembles that of a human, but the callous gaze shows no trace of human emotions. The Queen of Winter scrutinizes you, sending a shiver down your spine. It makes me think of the words, "If you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you." We have a garden. Some people. Are here, enjoying it despite the rain. But yeah, as mentioning earlier, either it's really rainy, really sunny, or some wacky weather that should not be. Mother's portrait. A portrait of Mother from her youth. She stands proud, wearing a white dress and silk scarf thrown over her exposed shoulders. Her long dark hair flows down her back, and she glances at the viewer with a piercing smile. Bare skin and a frivolous lifestyle. That's not how I remembered her. Nadia as a young, unkempt maiden. It's hard to believe. This shocking vision of the painter must have been created in the previous era, a time when hearts were stirred by violent emotions. Poems were created to the sound of a storm. Love stories had to end tragically, etc., etc. Father actually commissioned such a painting. The drink. Savagon de Bordeaux. A bottle of white wine from southern France, an expensive beverage popular among the aristocracy. The wine carries out the aroma of peaches, apples, and a certain amount of conviction that a relationship between two people is beginning to take a romantic edge. A beverage enjoyed by the upper crust given to a man by a woman. quince liqueur with amber. A small bottle of quince liquor with amber. A beverage for true connoisseurs. The bottle extrudes a sweet aroma of quince and a sincere joy of an upcoming meeting. It is a beverage that brings people together and sweetens the bitterness of everyday life, an element of a ritual that two old friends would eagerly indulge in. Hello, DDG. Welcome, welcome. And it does not appear to have gnomes as of the current time. Pentnor from Oregon. Oh, what the fuck? A bottle of red wine from the United States. Hard to get. An inability to articulate brought on by great surprise clingings to the bottle. It was difficult to mouth even a word of gratitude from the unique gift. Words got stuck in the throat, despite the adoration of this particular liquor. It is a favorite beverage, but an unwelcome gift. Trey Certain. My sister. Veronin's bottle. Every bottle found in the Schlossky's cellar contains a credible beverage. Uncle Veronin wouldn't disregard any of them. That's a very oddly specific bottle, though, I will say.
How did it go? Mission accomplished?
He wanted the liquor, and the other two are a bit more unique, so...
I think this is the one Uncle wanted.
Yes. This is our little funeral battle. We would meet in Stasha's study after every funeral we went to, and raise a toast to the dead. And recently, we've been seeing one another more and more at such events. More and more. But this time, even he has left me. So, to an easy death, as Stasha and I used to say.
How did he die?
Hasn't Lygia told you?
I haven't even had the chance to ask.
He didn't suffer, but such images in the memory are better saved for later. I'd prefer to remember him as he was alive. What then? Am I drinking alone?
May the ground be soft, Father. I'm not betting there's an afterlife.
Well, obligation fulfilled. Shall we get to the reading of the will?
At the funeral, there was this sad Jewish fellow, Mordechai Hayat. Do you know him, Uncle?
He worked for Stanisław, but that was a long time ago. I don't know him more than that. So, shall we collect our inheritance?
Yes, let's find out what my father hasn't left me.
Let's begin if everyone is ready. Would you all please take a seat? Ladies and gentlemen, by the power of my office vested in me by the grace of His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of all Russia, I hereby testify. Mr. Shulsky's last will and testament were prepared several years ago in the presence of Zaslav Fedorov, Esquire, that is, myself. My last will and testament recorded in the year of our Lord 1888.
Nearly 20 years ago.
In the name of the Holy Trinity. Amen. Therefore, my first irrevocable wish is to appoint as executrix of this will my daughter Lygia Szulska. Immediately after my death, an inventory shall be conducted in full accordance with the law. After completing the inventory, all my personal movables will be sold at public auction. And let the funds raised thereby be donated on the anniversary of my death to the beggars near that cemetery. The administration of the remainder of my fortune I leave, without restriction, to the person of my daughter Lygia.
I'm not even getting a teaspoon.
all movables and immovables relating to the family enterprise I entrust to the care and administration of my daughter. I do not prescribe a method of administering them. I merely offer her one piece of advice. I wish that the business should be conducted with modesty, prudence, and honesty, as I have conducted it my whole life.
A joker to the very end.
To my brother-in-law and oldest friend, Alexander Voronin, I wish to leave the following. My collection of muskets and 2 revolvers, dating to the uprising in memory of our first meeting.
Stasio, I will have plenty to do in my retirement.
Enjoy your retirement. Now, Mr. Fedorov, what did my father leave my mother?
Victor, be serious.
Nothing. There is a special item reflecting the absolute lack of any bequest to my former spouse, Nadia Fyodorovna Voronina.
Nah, I won't be an asshole. Also, hey, Keist. No being an asshole in the moment. Sister's having a hard time.
I would also like to come to the aid of my only son, Viktor Shulsky, by entrusting him with the use of my personal black grimoire, in the hope that he will be able to make good use of it. This is my last will and testament. Carry it out solemnly.
Wait.
Though you may have
That's
burdensome.
That's a
However,
candelabra.
this last bequest poses a certain problem.
Yes, it certainly does. And what is that, may I ask?
I am not in possession of this grimoire. The late Mr. Shulsky used it up until his death, yet no one left it with me after his passing.
Meaning it's disappeared? Did father have his grimoire on him at the time of his death?
It was only because of the grimoire that we could identify him at all.
What actually happened? How did he die?
A building collapsed on top of him. I don't know any other way of putting it.
A building? It collapsed on top of him? How? How did this happen?
It was a day like any other. Papa had gone for his habitual walk. Every Tuesday and Thursday, he'd take a stroll to get some space, as he put it. When he didn't come back for a long time, I got the bad feeling something had happened. Then...
We rode there together. An entire wall of a tenement had collapsed. There were 3 victims, including Stasio, who had the bad luck to simply be walking by. To see him there in that condition, it's beyond description.
The grimoire. Could someone have taken it?
Perhaps, in all that confusion.
But why would anyone want Papa's grimoire? An ordinary person won't use it. Would the Thaumaturge just happen to be passing by?
Father had all his knowledge in there, but I don't know if it would be useful to someone other than him. I don't even know why he left it to me.
I'm sure Stasio had a reason.
Where did it happen? Where was this building?
The southern part of Śródmieście, not far from the police station. Anyway, you can miss it.
Of all the possibilities, this was the death that fate prepared for him.
I foresaw a slightly more pleasant end for him, myself. I doubt even he deserved such a horrible death.
Those might be the kindest words you've ever said on the subject of a father.
How typical of a sort of person to keep a portrait in his study of a family that was only a family on canvas. Not long after the painting was done, he got divorced, ruined the Nijitsus, and kicked out his son. But there the portrait hangs, as if family meant anything at all.
I don't know what exactly happened with Aboritse, but I know that Papa felt guilty. You don't want to forgive him even now that he's gone?
The dead need no forgiving. And as for forgetting, I don't know how. It's just a shame about the grimoire.
What do you intend to do?
And where are Father's things at the moment?
You're standing at the very center of his kingdom. Not everything has been sorted through yet, but you go right ahead.
And the store? I should check that too.
I've started stock-taking there to distract myself, and I don't want you to go in there before I've finished.
As you wish. I think we have to look for the answer in the place where it happened.
With your sight, you can make out more in those ruins than I, or Uncle, or Detective could. This is a good lead, but is it the only one?
Father evidently knew a certain Ivan Konieczkin. Have you heard anything about him?
Konieczkin? No, doesn't ring a bell.
All sorts of people came to Papa's store. That doesn't mean every one of them might know something about the grimoire.
That's true. You've got your work cut out for you.
And Mordechai Chayat. Could that be a lead?
I don't think so. He worked with Father, but he left more than a year ago. I don't know why. He was an assistant at our, well, my store.
Do you know where I might find him?
Sadly, no.
Do you have any other ideas?
Now at least I can see how little I know. Maybe these scraps of information will lead me somewhere.
Well, now that we know what's got to be figured out, forgive me, my darlings. I'm going to give my old bones a rest.
I'll see you out.
And thus the mysteries
Goodbye,
accumulate.
Uncle. And, Ligia, I'm sorry it happened this way. That I wasn't close by.
The most important thing is you're here now.
Well, time to start investigating. Oh. Upier wants to talk.
How do you find our old stomping ground? Yes, I'm not too fond of this place either. This is where I had my last conversation with my father, just before I left. If you can call it a conversation. Can you see my dreams? Nightmares, actually. Ever since I decided to come back, I keep reliving the same memory. The loan shark incident. I've been seeing his death more and more lately. I wonder if his shop is still there. Perhaps we should go there and check.
Ligia sounds like that she inherited basically everything. The only thing that we were left was the Black Grimoire. Though I highly doubt that we're gonna get kicked out of the house. Victor and Ligia actually have a good relationship. Our house. Home. There was a place when I wouldn't even question that word. Home was here, where my mother, father, and sister were. But now I don't feel at home here. Everything looks the same. I know these paintings, recognize the faces in the portraits, the wallpaper patterns, and yet everything is different. Draped in absence, void, memories of the past. I will never see my mother fixing her hair at the dressing table. No one's browsing old books in father's study. And in the hallways, there's only the spirits of the carefree children who now try and find themselves a new reality. My cousin Petra has changed a lot. Perhaps we all have. He's no longer the skinny kid with scraped knees. We've never been close despite being a similar age, maybe because of our differing personalities. The good soul of the Slutsky household. When we were kids, she would patch our threadbare clothes and bandage our bruised elbows. She was closer to us than our own mother. It's nice to see her in good health. Daddy's beloved magic book. I didn't expect to inherit anything, least of all his black grimoire. Too bad it went missing, honestly. Was I worthy? Or was it just a joke? Let the prodigal son go looking under the pavement while the book is at the Warsaw Charity Society. Hell. Our family portrait. I can remember when it was taken. The year was 1884, and Ligia and I were 9 years old at the time. She was clearly tense, and I remember how Mother admonished her not to smile, not to fidget, and to stand straight. Ligia was to take cue from her. Mother was able to freeze like a statue and sit there, barely breathing for a couple of hours. I, on the other hand, posing nonchalantly, was always more unrestrained than my sister. I could get away with more. Behind us, our father, the head of the family, one hand resting patronizingly on the back of the chaise lounge, asserting his ownership, the other holding a grimoire, the black grimoire. Behind father, a shadow, as if a shape was emerging and forming, indicating another presence. That's Balbereth. The family is complete. That was his salutor. Balbereth, my father's first salutor, probably not the only one. A perfect match. An ancient idol mentioned in the Book of Judges. Secretive by nature, keeper of vegetation, and master of insects, he can command and order to protect people from diseases. According to Ars Goetia, Balbereth belongs to the circle of greater demons, just like father. The flaws that attract him are, much like with Upir, those related to the heart dimension and the sensations of the heart. Pride, blasphemy, contentiousness, but also consistency, stubbornness, and ambition. Balbereth is gone. He left with my father. Where? We do not know what happens to salutors after a Thaumaturge's death. Perhaps they become wild again, unhindered by the pack with their master. But the flaw they used to tether them is gone, so maybe they vanish into the void, too. And that is... that's the will. Oh, these will increase my healths. Let's go with heart. Oh, it requires 2 to upgrade these now. Now we're gonna have some more more cost to our investitures. Makes sense. Points have been coming pretty freely. To be fair, it makes sense in this circumstance. Victor kind of fucked off for 15 years doing his own thing, and she was, well, actually here with father. My love for you is burning. It keeps me from eating. It keeps me from sleeping. It keeps me from living. Ligia, I am begging you to end my agony. Agree to be my... A charred letter. Message from mother. Dear child, stop. It is with great sorrow that I have received news of Stanislaus' death. Stop. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend the funeral ceremony. Stop. My duties in Paris keep me from traveling to Warsaw at this time. Stop. I join you both in mourning and sorrow. Stop. Mama. Duties in Paris. That's rich. Hard to expect anything else coming from you. My dear sister, my letter from Rome, July 1896. Dear sister, I'm writing to you because sleep eludes me. As I wrote this, I have found a suitable candidate. However, I'm still struggling to reach his flaw. I fear that Paimon is within my reach. I even saw him. Vaguely, but I did. I'll stop here because my nerves prevent me from continuing. Victor. P.S. Yes, I will be careful. Do not think me a fool like father. Obituaries. Yeah, no thank you. I'm good to just kind of pass over the news. That's fairly old. My letter from Paris, November 1896. Sister of mine, I feel well enough to write something to you. The doctor also recommended I do so. I am not alone in anguish. I share a room with one Redford Morton, whose last name escapes me. They brought him from London, from Dr. Seward's clinic. A very interesting case. He spends his day hunting for moths, cockroaches, ladybugs, and beetles that come here sometimes. He eats them. He says that it gives him strength to wait for the coming of the Lord, but I don't think he means the Savior. I cannot yet reconstruct all the details after the debacle with Paimon. My mind is still in tatters. Paimon visited me no more than a week ago. I know that is impossible. It probably happened only in my mind, yet it was so clear. He is the king of hell with his host of demons, with the shadows of his penitents, called for me to join them. It was so real. I'll stop here. I'm having a hard time gathering my thoughts. Victor. Pseudonym Demonorum. Compared to Crowley's Argoetta, there are 3 fewer demons. No evidence that all demons are salutors. Latham, false lead. Posel, a false lead. Anton claims to have subjugated Oberus, mere boasting. Macoras. Expect to take on the form of a wolf with wings of a griffin and the tails of a snake. According to de Plancy, he takes the form of a wild lioness. Interesting observation by Crowley. Demons are unexplored fragments within our minds. However, in appearance, it resembles an ox with wings. A lead for Shabnock. Unknown. A ritual mask. A wooden mask representing the salutor known as Shural. The demonic countenance is clothed with the hope that it clung to at first and the satisfaction that soon followed. It seems that Father had plans for Shural, which he eventually managed to fulfill. Suitcase. A leather suitcase bearing traces of many travels. Grains of desert sands from Father's trip to Africa had settled on the suitcase. He would set it aside, spinning plans for future voyages into the unknown regions of the material world, searching for what was hidden behind the veil of reality. Books on ancient cultures. Books in hard leather bindings with many bookmarks. Father would pore over the yellow pages again and again, reading the exact same words over and over, trying to extract meaning from them. He repeated the words about dedication and necessity of sacrifice like a mantra, slamming shut one volume and reaching for another. What does it all mean? Letter. The human heart is worth more than all the riches of the material world. Tonight. SR. Interesting. Ligiema may know more about this SR. The message appears only to be brief. In fact, the pen strokes were accentuated by an accelerated heartbeat, motivated by a restrained fondness for the addressee. The ink is dripping with special care and warmth that have seeped deep into the paper. It was penned by a woman. I suppose this is our bedroom. Serious backs, stern expressions, noses in the air. 2 boys that are just trying to meet everyone's expectations. Something went wrong here. If you want to expand your clothes collection, visit the tailor. Don't get me wrong. A red coat is nice, but I think I'm quite content with a nice leather coat. Calling the phone.
Hello?
I talk here? Do you hear me now? Victor? Victor, are you there?
Grigori? Yes.
Victor, where are you?
On the other end of the line, at home, where the telephone rang.
Incredible.
How did you know I have a telephone at home?
Something's interrupting you, Victor. I am telecommunicating with you to say I found lodgings here in Warsaw. If you need me, I'm by the cemetery. What number is it? Yes. 7 Powaskowska Street. Number 7 by cemetery. Powaskowska.
I'm glad. It's good to hear your voice.
It's good to hear you as well. Goodbye. I want to end now. What do I... like this? Wonderful device. Remarkable. Hello? Oh, and now?
That amused me. Drink hot chocolate. Oh, you bet your ass. Do you know the secret to time travel? It requires but 1 sip of cocoa. All of a sudden, Ligia is reading a book in front of the fireplace, and I'm stacking building blocks. My parents are arguing in the smoking room. It's a warm day, then everything goes to hell.
Master Victor, let me guess. Have you come for some hot cocoa?
Sure.
Yes, a cup of cocoa would do me good.
Help yourself. The pot is in the salon, along with some of your favorite cookies. It's been an age since we've seen one another. I'm glad you're back. Mistress Ligia is really struggling with everything.
Ligia won't open up to me, but how is she doing?
She's having a rough time, the poor dear. Her heart is heavy, though she doesn't show it, but she's strong. She keeps her chin up and doesn't give in, and it's good she's got you to help now, Master. Only she's started smoking like a chimney. She takes after her father, no question about it.
And so, the great Stanisław Szulski is dead, crashed by a building. Can't say I'd wish a death like that on anybody.
An awful death, sheer cruelty. Mr. Szulski didn't deserve it. Now all we can do is think back on what a wonderful man he was.
That won't take long. So, this death, what do you make of it, Grażynka?
I'll tell you in confidence, Master Szulski. Now, I'm a simple woman, but something about your father's death doesn't sit right with me.
How do you mean, Grażynka?
Don't you suspect some impure powers had a hand in it?
Do you mean it could have something to do with Thaumaturge?
That I don't know. Look at us jabbering while there are potatoes not peeled. Forgive me, Master.
Another time, Grażynka. I'll get out of your way.
Always ample work, but I can always snatch a moment for a chit-chat with you, Master.
Though now thinking about it, we're still in old law. Wait, no, but we're in Poland. Poland had different inheritance laws, so to speak. Whilst male preferred for most, if not all, of European history, and Poland kind of is in that weird middle spot, Poland always had weird succession laws. So there's an I don't know what they are in 1905, but there's actually a reasonable chance that either we get it because we're a male, we're the boy of the family. There's also an equal amount of claim to the fact that Ligia gets the house, because she was the one mentioned in the will. Liquor is not alcohol, it is more of a tincture, in fact. Yes, a medicine, and since life is the most common fatal disease, well, to our health then.
Have you found anything yet about the grimoire? Is there any way I can help?
The trousers are an original style. Until now, I'd only seen women in trousers in the East.
First of all, they're practical. It's the 20th century. It's high time we started dressing comfortably.
You've always been brave, never afraid of anything or anybody. Like when Mother almost had a fit because you dunked my best tie in hot cocoa.
I didn't care that she was angry. I wanted to get you back for not wanting to play with me.
Because you were being too annoying.
You meant to say brave. By the way, Grażyna still makes cocoa every evening. You can conjure up the flavor of childhood if you want. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
The fact that she's able to do so suggests that, I mean, we have a very nice house. The fact that we can spend to indulge in... I mean, fuck, we have a bottle of wine from Oregon. We are definitely not hurting for money.
What's next for you? You're in charge here now. Have you got some kind of grand scheme?
A grand scheme? Oh, for now, I'm just trying to keep my head above water. Certain customers are unconvinced that a woman can handle running a business. What's worse, a woman without powers. You know what I mean. A thaumaturge at my side would shut them all up. After all, it's your heritage too.
I don't know anything about running a company, but if I can help in any way, you can count on me.
Thank you. That means a lot to me. I trust the smoke doesn't bother you.
You used to detest the smell of tobacco. You'd hold your breath going into Father's study.
That's true, but when I'd stay here, alone with Papa, and somehow over the years I got used to it. I don't know when I started copying him even.
Daddy's girl. You were always closer to him.
That's not true. I was just less rebellious than you, his Thaumaturge son. Now come on, what else is on your mind?
In Father's study, I found a trace of a woman that I couldn't identify.
Probably Svetlana Rumyantseva.
Who?
Who is she? And what did Father have to do with her?
Svetlana is a Russian aristocrat who travels with the Romanovs' court. I can only tell you she was a customer of Father's.
A customer? If you don't want to say, then don't. Where can I find her?
When she's in town, she stays at the Imperial Hotel.
She might know something that will help me find the grimoire.
Not so fast. To get in, you're going to need me and my connections. Svetlana is famous for her soirees where she hosts the crème de la crème of Warsaw. We could go together. How about you track down some evening clothes and I'll sort out the invitation? And I won't take no for an answer.
Sadly, you never give me a chance. Unfortunately, everything in my wardrobe is antediluvian. I need a tailor.
There's a shop at 11 Pruzhna Street that's fairly decent and quick. We also have barbers in Warsaw in case you want to do something about whatever you have growing on your head and face.
Well, looks like I'm gonna need to learn how to drip up. Fitting for the prodigal son. Oh, hello.
Are you lost?
Fuck. Don't try to be a hero, and it'll be all right.
You're outnumbered.
Quantity doesn't always translate to quality.
Call the rest. We got one with a death wish.
Yeah, this is my house, assholes. Theft of thought. I'm not sure how reactions work. So we'll see how this goes. Okay. Damage and focus reduction. And he is trying to make me bleed. Oh, you've got a trait. Okay. I have a chance of actually stopping what he's doing, so let's give it a shot. Oh, it chains. So I do this attack first. And then I have a 1-2 attack. Okay, so that's how that works then. Not much I can do there. Keep up the attack. Get rid of my debuffs. And give him a cold clock. We got this. That man without a shirt. Requires dimension force 4. Yep, I can't do anything with him right now. But what I can do... Oh. Okay, in both situations, I can't disable them. But what I can do is start putting on suffering, because DOTs do not get hit by that shield. Wait, it didn't reduce his focus? Oh, because I've changed the nature of the ability. Wait, why isn't it affecting... Oh, because that's his fucking trade. Okay. I'm an idiot. Well, good to learn in fights like this. He's bagged. Give it a shot. Good solid hit. He's done.
Get off my lawn.
Victor? I heard a noise. Are you all right?
I'm fine. We've had a few unwelcome visitors.
Burglars? What's wrong with this town? I'll call Uncle.
We're well-to-do, Ligia. Unfortunately.
I don't think they'll try to rob anyone anytime soon.
But yeah, we're well-to-do. We're going to get robbed. And equally so, we are going to kick their ass. The Imperial Hotel. I remember that my mother and father were sometimes invited to parties at the Imperial. How excited my mother would get. It was all that she could talk about for the next few days. How exquisite it was. How beautiful. How expensive. Nothing seems to have changed since then. You have to be an aristocrat or possess a fortune to rent a room there. Splenta. Sledienta. No, Sletvana. Wow. Yeah. The mysterious woman exchanging letters with my father was Svetlana Rumenestia, a lady in waiting for the Tsar's court. Well situated, I don't think my sister is too keen on her. Hey there, Buffalo. And yep. I mean, it's the dapper coat. Of course, right? Shirael, a deceitful forest specter from Tatar legends. She leads people astray by taking various shapes. She also has a rather twisted sense of humor. Could it be that my father was hunting this Salutor? What is this? Little pictogram thing. Well, the tailor's right over here. Coffee cups. Dirty coffee cups. In the dregs, I can still feel the stress that urges the tailor to make more coffee and drink it hastily. Coffee is better than sleep. To sleep is to wait precious time that could be used for more alterations. Imploring note. The note was written by the tailor's impatient customer, urging him to promptly complete the order. Otherwise, they threatened to revoke their advance and ruin the tailor's reputation. Fuck, I pricked my finger.
Excuse me. Damn it. I forgot to turn the key.
Sorry, what?
You tell me. What is it?
I need some evening wear, quick.
Good proportions.
Thank you.
Alterations won't take long. Your name and address, sir?
Viktor Shulsky, 9 Green Square.
I'll send a messenger when I'm done. And Mr. Shulsky, if you'll allow me a moment of candor, as it often seems no one dares to address you with it.
Sorry, what?
Go and find yourself a barber in Pavonsky. You look like a troglodyte. Now, I'd like to go to my business.
I won't bother you.
All right.
What kind of measurements are these? Fucking bastard in Horson. How do I sew this? The tailor's mannequin. This is where the tailor's ideas come to fruition. There are individual threads of focus left on the mannequin being ripped apart by customers' visits. All the ideas weren't good enough, are rejected. Nothing but more alterations. Scribbled patterns. There is a staggering anger radiating from the patterns. Desperate hands tied to sketch something valid, interesting, and original to no avail. All that's left is chaos and impatience. The tailor struggles. The tailor has a steady hand for sewing, but his hand reverberates with a lack of ideas. He needs inspiration, as frustration and impatience won't breed any good ideas. The way things are going, he won't finish the job or find creative peace.
Mr. Shulsky, come in. What's new?
I couldn't help noticing you're struggling for inspiration.
You've got a keen eye. The book makes it easier? I have to guess what everyone has in their mind.
Is there any way I can help?
I want to know what people look for in fashion these days. Back in the day, all you needed was 2 padlocks and a space for your Johnson. I don't know what else there is to it. If you tell me that, I'll be grateful. I'll sew you anything you want in return.
Let me sharpen my senses. I won't bother you.
All right.
I mean, I don't look... Wait, limited quest? The availability of this quest is limited. The tailor promises that his skills go far beyond what he can offer me at the moment. However, he needs inspiration straight from the bustling streets of Warsaw. If I'm to return to him if I find something worthy being called a fashion trend. Got it. So, it's telling me, yeah, this is gonna be limited time. So, you know, try not to advance the plot. Interesting. Huh. Advertisement for cupcakes. Unfortunately, I'm not Renger, so I don't know Polish, unfortunately. Circus and Seli. 1 Ornensha Street at the corner of 2 Onuliak. Entry ticket for the show at September at 4 p.m. 30 kopecks. Not sure how much money that is. I'm not familiar with Polish currency and its exchange rates. There's something in the air here. Here. Geometry Handbook. A worn-out book with tear marks on the cover. It's a good thing that geometry exists, an ideal that bitter words cannot destroy. Though his parents are clipping his wings, he believes that he will be a great mathematician one day, and find his safe haven among perfect rhomboses, soothing circles, and friendly trapezoids. Bigot's diary. Warsaw is sinking further and further into the depths of moral decay with every passing year. Streets that were once inhabited by modest and pious families are now turning to a hotbed of worst individuals. For example, my neighbor, dear Miss S, told me about a woman who rents an apartment on the tenement house on 7th Irwanska Street. She is an opera artist who is visited by many rich men. She has an abundance of gowns and lavish furnishings in her apartment. Recently, one of her many patrons took her on a foreign trip to Japan. Her ilk ought to be ashamed to show their faces in public. It fell out of a written page with a worn edge. It looks as though it fell out due to repeated violent turning. The content suggests that an opera artist who is famous for her love of foreign travel resides at 7 Ironaska Street. What does weight do? Across Warsaw, you can find benches where you can wait for another time of day. Certain events only take place at a certain time, so it is worth using them.
Let's wait. So, did you miss the city? Me neither.
Looks like a little bakery store. Anywhere else I wanna? Yeah, there's a few points of interest I can hit up real quick. Just have one more squeeze. Oh god, it's a Lady of the Night. That seems almost a little photorealistic to me. I don't know. Starting to acquire points very rapidly. May as well take advantage of the points I have now, which gives me Heart and Deed at 4. Oh, something here. Partly damaged brochure. Lady Dragonfly, come, and you'll experience true sensual delight in an exotic ritual. Some of the words are blurred. Printout of advertising the services of a courtesan. Most of the text is blurred due to the moisture in the mud. I feel the ratio of liquid joy to throat-pinching euphoria growing with each passing moment. Cognac. The Path News phonograph produces singing, music, and declamation more clearly than subtly than most expensive gramophones. It does not hum, and the needle will last for many years without needing to be replaced. For 32 rubles. Extremely popular among music lovers. If stock runs out, we will accept reservations for the next shipment. Songs from operas and operettas, church songs, declamations, waltzes, polkas, and marches. Main storage of Path's new phonographs. Adam Klimiskowicz, Warsaw, 14th Lesno. 32 rubles. The Russian ruble, I mean, I know it's an age ago and every currency has fallen, but 32 rubles for a phonograph, yeesh. Postcard from Lewitz. Greetings to my beloved Paolo, Auntie Helena. The greetings on the postcard are covered by a layer of longing, the memory of the gift that came with the postcard gilds the letters. A piece of wool from the Lowitz Mills reminds him of the warm-hearted aunt he had to leave there. Yeah, it's just about everything. Lumbago. The barber chills by the cemetery? Why? Joviska's Nowicka's Funeral Parlor in Warsaw, 16 Targowa Street offers first-rate decorations and equipment. It arranges funerals ranging from the humble to the most extravagant. Very low prices. Brochure. The Grand Derby on Pole Mokorowski. October 5th starts at 2 p.m. Chalk drawings. Dancing Handbook. Leopold P. Donowski, Modern Dances. Handwritten signature on the first page. January Wiskolski, 1804 Smetana Street. You received a quest. Lesson in Trendy Dance. I wonder if this gentleman can give me a few lessons. I've seen the new moves in Paris. They look very different from the waltz and Moruska that Ligia and I learned as children. There is a lot of secondary quests going on. Good God, yeah, we got shit to do. Holy God. Okay, we are not hurting for things to do.
Come in.
Please, set my hair to rights.
Yes, sir.
The Abraham Lincoln. A beard and clean-shaven upper lip after the Dutch fashion is a perfect way to sport lush facial hair without being able to enjoy thick soups and sauces without restraint. A Picor-style mustache used to properly shaped with the use of pomade can intensely attract women's eyes. A neatly trimmed beard and mustache add a tone of seriousness and statedness to one's face. You can recognize a gentleman by his mustache. Creatively curled and loaded with pomade, it is an indication of style and an aphrodisiac for any gender. I think I'll go with the Van Dyke beard. Now we're looking fine. Why is that one starred, though? A pointed beard elongates the chin and makes the face look slender.
I'm sorry. I don't usually talk to clients. Do you like it?
I can't help noticing that you're the most tight-lipped barber I've been to. And even you admit that you rarely talk to clients. Why is that?
When I prepared them for their final journey, it's hard to ask for their opinion.
That's why.
So you style the deceased too?
Mostly. They still need to look good. After all, you only get a funeral once in your lifetime. So, what do you think? Do you like it?
I do.
Yes, you're talented.
Years of practice. My clients are always satisfied.
What? Who the hell is pinging me 80 times? Yeah, no, he does his part as basically to help the mortician. Kamraz Porowinski is a name likely to be heard many more times, not only in Warsaw but across the world. His inventions mainly concern live photography and war machines. Two of his works are of particular importance for the development of cinema: the removal of light flickers and the projection of images, and the invention of the handheld filming technique that doesn't require a tripod. The aforementioned removal of light flickers represents a breakdown in cinematography after years of stagnation caused by the futility of efforts taken to address the issue. A newspaper opened on a page describing the achievements of a well-known inventor, Kamraz Porowinski, who involved the live photography and his considerable achievements in the field. Lipstick, a metal case with a carmine color. The case fell out of the carriage window. Well, maybe she wouldn't have fixed her makeup while she was drunk. She shouldn't have fixed her makeup while she was drunk. Passionate words have settled on the lid, pleading with her to go with him. Promises that she would become famous as a dancer in the New World and that everyone would envy her. Ah, yes. I think I'm good to not have the penitent soldiers show up. Ah, we're looking at things around. A dream within a dream. Warsaw, in my memory, is the place when Mnisko Sherman, a Pulaski loan shark, died. I can still see him in my nightmares. Perhaps a trip to Pulaski will finally set my dreams to rest. Alright. Piles of garbage, including human waste. Fallen women tempt passerby with their well-worn bodies, and windows are patched with rags. The river giveth and the river taketh away, as the locals say, yet nobody seems to know exactly what that means. Ah, that's a familiar sentiment. A brothel. Yeah, it checks. This is definitely the kind of time for that. I fixed stalking. 64 Wisbanola Street, apartment 26. Here. Announcement poster. Witness wanted. Anyone who provides information about the place and promoters of illegal fistfights in our city, assists in the capture of the brothers known as Soup and Red-Eyed Waklaw, will be paid a reward of 50 rubles. You can come forward at any Warsaw police station. Secret fighting ring.
You're not from round here, I can see.
Good evening. Is this a bad time?
It is a bad place, fancy boy. It is for the locals.
I got it. I'll see myself out.
So we are not supposed to go there yet. That's always good. It's better to be feared or loved if you cannot have both. Pawn shop. Buy, sell, exchange, pawn loans, pledge anything. Open from dawn till dusk. Brochure. Brothers, the 11 app. We've seen that before. Alright. Drinking spirits causes death. Vodka causes poverty. Prostitution spreads venereal diseases. Choose health. Use soap. Uh-huh. Lost list of chores. Buy workwear, sweatshirt, daily courier, lamp oil, tobacco. Take the clothes to the laundry. Pick up a parcel from Miss Marlowiska. Bring up the inkwells, the third drawer from the top of the white cupboard. I have to pee every other minute. I don't know what's wrong. I think it's not gonorrhea, but I know that you have an infection of some kind. And not a good one. Not that any of them would be good. There's distinctive difference there.
I haven't been here in a while. What do you want to tell me, friend?
When an area is enveloped in red fog, it's a sign that Upior wants to show you something. Go where the fog is thinner. Stay away from places where it gets thick. And remember that Upior does not like to be ignored. If you go into the fog, the vision will disappear.
I'll be first. You'll see.
Slow down. You'll get your clothes all dirty.
This way.
That kid, it's me. My mother thought I'd lost my mind. So did Liga, I guess. And that, as we know, didn't happen until much later. I didn't remember that Amorizio was there too. He must have been. After all, he'd laughed at me later for wetting my pants. It was my birthday. Was it then that you chose me?
Woelsley is not for beginners. These are Aberrossi's words, not mine. Seventh birthday, Ligia and mine. A sunny, carefree afternoon and the unexpected sight of Upior's bare skull. That's when I saw him for the first time. I didn't think he would ever leave me. Here. Watchman's report. Police station for Warsaw, Shomenense. 9/3/1905. Report. I am reporting on the suspicious behavior of two brothers living at number 2. The Shulowski brothers, Wokla and Roche, have often returned home long after the gates that have been closed by jumping over the wall. They can come back at different times, so before I catch them in the act, they're already in their apartment and claim to have been asleep the whole time. When Warclaw claims mockingly and winks at me with those red eyes of his. Marusi Anosk, watchman of the building at the 4 Beneska Street. A denunciation of the residents on a tenement. Shit. Annunciation of the residents of the tenement house written sloppily on cheap paper. Apparently, the Shulowski brothers often return to their apartments at night. Hold up. A brooch. A lost brooch. Fuck. She fell to the ground again, and the brooch fell from her collar. They say it's her favorite dress, dyed with shells green. That's bad for her. Maybe they're right, but she's already 60 years old. She doesn't have much left, and after all, you have to die of something. Already read that before. Well, time to get a little spicy in here, I feel. Letter 8/23/1905. Dear Ignacy, I'm tremendously grateful for the favor. Without your help, poor Antos would have been lost. You may ask what prompted him to take such a desperate step. Well, it started with a night of heavy drinking and a visit to a tarot reader, and all at the behest of that old madman, Commerce. It's unheard of. Madame Lulu looked into the cards, predicted an imminent trip for Commerce, and after a few days later, he receives a call to join his father, who has urgent need of him in London. For Antos, Madame Lulu's prediction that if he put his eggs in all of his eggs in one basket, he would lose his family fortune. The wretched boy panicked, convinced that the Madame had made another correct prediction. By the way, I heard that our tarot reader will soon come to Warsaw and be staying there for a month. You have the opportunity to test her effectiveness yourself. I wish you your continued good health and hope to see you soon. Jan. Pages written on expensive paper, hidden in a torn envelope. The letter's contents suggest that the tarot reader, Madame Lulu, accurately predicts the future. A lot of near misses for my observations. I'll check the docs, but I think I've done as much as I can here for right now. There's something here. Ah. Brochure. Madame Lulu, a tarot master of global renown, receives customers at midnight in the inn Under the Pheasant located at 8 Borwarna Street. Where's the Under the Pheasant, then? Probably in a nicer district. If I could go to America, talk about a civilization. I mean, in 1905, yeah, the States were damned impressive. Oh. Hello. What you doing in the water down there?
Lana. Hello.
Oh.
Let's see what brought you here. I felt something. Where is it?
On one of the riverbanks of Pelosi, I saw a ghastly woman in a soaked slip standing up to her ankles in the water. Morana. The gaze of the goddess of death and the new beginnings made my blood freeze. I want to know more about her. Snuffed candles. The incinerated wicks have been lit recently in someone's memory. Feelings carrying despondency and doubts about the sense of paying tribute to the dead float in the air along with the threat of smoke. There's no mourning here, just pure resignation. Easel. The unfinished painting seems to depict a body lying on the riverbank. Rust-colored splashes and sharp outlines convey the idea that determined every brushstroke. Human life is worth as much as words of a poet written in the sand.
Please, step back. This is a crime scene.
I can see that. Am I wrong? Or does the deceased have no eyes?
Yeah, no eyes, all right. And why would there be? He's the fisherman's sixth victim.
Hey, Rogulski, cut the chit-chat. And you, 3 steps back. Go on.
Poluski is haunted by the fisherman, a killer who abandons his victims on the riverbank gutted like fish.
Is the fisherman some local criminal?
Get out of here while I'm still asking nicely.
There's a wisp by his head.
Easy, I'm going now. I don't want to bother you.
Just what I need. A fucking throng of onlookers.
So something was going on there.
Move a little to the left, will you? You are blocking my view.
What are you doing here? Drawing an illustration for a newspaper?
For myself, as a local artist. I'm Cayetan.
Do you specialize in still lives?
Yes, you might say that. Here in Povishla, nothing interesting's ever happened. But there you go. Murders with an artistic twist. Very inspiring material.
The corpse painter, a nice but slightly odd person. He seems to be completely indifferent to things that preoccupy ordinary people. The only thing that excites him is painting murder victims.
Povishla doesn't seem like a pleasant place to live.
Is life itself pleasant? I don't think so. Even those mutilated bodies, they have no eyes. As if the murderer tried to say there's nothing to see here.
So you're saying that nothing matters?
Exactly. Once, misfortune brought me to this river. I wanted to end my life. But the river wouldn't have me and threw me back on the bank. I decided to stay around.
Gachitan told me quite bluntly that he tried to take his own life once by plunging into the river, but it wouldn't have him.
What exactly do you paint?
Dead bodies.
Someone might say the dead deserve respect.
I'm saying that both life and death are meaningless. You are blocking my view.
Alright, that's all we're getting.
What now? Fuck, Rogulski. Do I need to take care of everything? Watch the distance. Stand back! Stand back! No trespassing on the crime scene.
Oh, that's how I specifically focus on it.
Any fish biting?
It doesn't matter. What do you want?
My name is Victor. I only wanted to ask what was going on here.
With those damn police?
They are trying to catch the fisherman, and the fisherman is doing his bit.
Is it bad that they're doing their job?
And what for? Did anybody call them? Anybody complain?
What, do you think murder doesn't bother anyone?
Like there are never any murders in Povishina. Big deal. The river giveth and the river taketh away. We'll do fine. We don't need the police here.
Who's the fisherman?
The one who left the body on the beach. Stark naked, with pebbles in place of eyes, and a hook stuck in the roof of the mouth.
Like a fish. That's what he always does.
The police call him a serial killer. A dozen people he's snuffed out like that already. The son of a gun.
You sound like it doesn't bother you too much.
And what should it bother me for? If he kills, he kills. We are not to judge if that's good or bad.
The river giveth, and the river taketh away.
They seem oddly fond of that statement.
And they can't catch the fisherman even though he continues to kill. Is that right?
He's smart, shrewd, not like those police fools. And everyone knows who he is.
How so?
Because, you see that guy on the beach who set up his easels in the sand and is painting?
He's the fisherman.
He paints all those bodies. He's always around the new ones. They even raided that hovel of his. Right, Edek?
Yep.
And yet, he is still at large and keeps painting. So maybe he's not the fisherman after all.
Sure he is. Everyone says it's him. He's a weirdo, living like a hermit in that hovel. Nothing holds any value for him. So maybe he takes people's lives just for the hell of it.
Yep.
According to popular opinion, the peculiar artist named Gajitan is the fisherman. He's usually the first one seen at the crime scene.
And where is that hovel?
Go along the river and behind the workshop. Am I right, Eric?
Yep.
The artist lives in one of the hovels in the southern Police, next to a workshop by the river. They say the police recently paid him a visit.
Thank you, gentlemen. Happy fishing.
Yeah, right.
Gajitan. Nihilist painter, as he despises life, he is captivated by the image of sudden death. No wonder he's become the prime suspect in the fisherman case involving Poluse's local killer.
help you?
I'll go now.
Okay, doesn't seem like that's the interaction point. Following down the river means down that way. Except I can't get in there. Damn it. Oh, hello. Receipt. 8/12/1905, Sentia's Drugstore. Storage of pharmacy materials and trade of household goods and novelties. Receipt. I certified that Roch-Solowski purchased a household ice maker, annual subscription for ice, 2 kilos a month, or kilograms, sterilized gauze, 20 pieces, for which he paid for in full. Signed, Jan Rotowski. A receipt for the purchase of goods bearing drugstore's stamp. Roch-Solowski often uses ice and bandages. I confirmed the purchase of 25 bales of denim material for the Maffei and Rouse Company factory on 8/8/1905 by Mr. John Lewison. Signed, date, J. Matthews. A receipt for the order of fabrics from America. The word success, breakthrough, and lucrative business dance around it like a revenue girls. The fabric, which is gaining popularity in America as the clothing for workers, is also likely to catch on here, and no one has heard of it yet. There's still a visionary, as he can already see the headline of a newspaper article. Crumpled telegram. In relation to the situation Poluse, stop. I demand immediate progress. Stop. Otherwise you will be demoted and dismissed from the case. Stop. Colonel Sergei Boyatov. Lines on the crumpled paper reflect the scars on the cowering, nervous heart. Panic prompts one to take matters into their own hands. This small ball of paper weighs more than Sisyphus' boulder, and the world is closing around Pelavin in a claustrophobic dance.
Nice rocks. They smell like downtown.
What are you sniffing around here for, Outlander?
You'd better not get in my way when I'm working.
And what does a whelp like your double-aid?
Maybe he's the murderer. The young master was bored and came to Povishta for a taste of gore.
He'll taste it all right.
His own.
It will heal. You can be broken, and you can be broken. Any tricks I can work with here. That works. Okay, who's nastier? That's shit. Yeah, just a lot of crappy attacks coming in. It's gonna take time for him to get going. You will just heal it off, so we will throw down Wound on you. Buff's coming in. And here comes Pain. I need to stop the hemorrhaging. So that's step 1. Step 2 is going to be... Let's... try to pop you in the face. Right. Doom's still gonna take a bit longer than wanted. That did not cancel his action. Not looking good here. Yeah, switch out to getting some heals, because I kind of need it. Lot of blood loss here. Get rid of the debuff. Try to cancel his action. Probably not gonna work, but... That's right, no, that's right. I think I took off that. No, I know I kept it on. Alrighty. Let's finish him off. Well, since he's going to be blocking the next hits... we will stall into the next round. Turns out local thugs are surprisingly tough. And he's fortifying himself again. Okay. We need a different strategy here. We will eventually lose this. So what we're gonna do is put on buff. Hit him with Doom. Oh, it slowed him way down. Clunk. And Doom. A little rougher than I would have liked that. The river giveth and the river taketh away. That's what people in Police say. Some of them have fallen into apathy, while others act recklessly without caring that they might lose their life. It all looks like nihilistic tendencies. I suspect that it is Morano's doing. Oh, the sun's starting to rise. Interesting that things happen despite, you know... Well, not despite things, but, like, things are happening as I'm doing things. Interesting flow of time mechanic. Pawn shop, what do you got? Our magician will be pissed that you're wandering around. Oh, so they have their own stuff. Don't strut your stuff, or you'll lose your teeth and your cash.
Hello. Hello, hello. How can I help you, sir? Are you buying? Pledging? Art, cards, old farts, top coats, ski, jewelry.
Do you remember Mieszko Setsemin? He was a lone shark around here.
And you're asking me because?
No reason.
Setsemin died a long time ago. They say someone attacked and shot him. Terrible tragedy. Terrible. Even talking about him might bring bad luck. And so, life goes on here in Powiśle.
Goodbye.
Probably have to come back later once I've got a bit more intelligence. But there is. Pharmacy gauze package. Hydroscopic gauze. Hydroscopic gauze. Sterilized.
Nothing can be kept secret from me.
Adrenaline pulses through his veins, drowning out the concern about his brother. Blood mixes with the dust on his skin and clots at the touch of ice. The firm pressure on the wound is like reassurance that he is right there. When they are together, no one can beat them. Today, they will claim another victory and reap its rewards. Illegal night fights taking place at 5 Bilowinska Street attract all manner of face-punching enthusiasts and attention from the police. However, the Brothers Soup and Red-Eyed Claw remain elusive. Why is that one in blue? Sometimes it's good to obscure your view with a cloud of smoke. There's nothing worth looking at here anyway. Huh. Our boy had a smoke. Pierogi. I immediately feel warmth spreading throughout my body. I want to take a nap and wake up to a view of a freshly filled platter in front of me. Pierogi. Pierogi is unironically really good too. Either some cook it in butter or some sauce and throw some cheese on top. Yeah, that's the stuff. Balalakia. A battered and neglected instrument, but still able to produce a sweet melody. There is joy in music. Is there perhaps more that I can decipher? Well, the body is gone at this point.
Is the painting finished?
Nope. The police took the body before I could finish. But I'm sure something new will appear soon.
Can I ask you a question?
Whatever.
Aren't you afraid you might be arrested? You're always the first one out of the body. You painted. To me, you look like a murderer.
Me? Why? The bodies appear on their own. Besides, let the police worry about that.
If they catch the murderer, there will be no more dead bodies to pose.
Right. I hadn't thought about that.
I'll go now.
Still grasping at straws in the moment. Evidence that I'm still lacking. Clues that have not exactly been found. Oh, still the same drawing. Alright. Oh wait, didn't I? Huh? I just did that one though.
Hey, you can't be here.
Cayetan doesn't allow it.
I don't like you, Sonny.
He's got nice shoes, though.
I wish I didn't buy them at all.
Well, I don't like that kind of resignation.
But I still like your shoes.
I can't improve my word or my mind yet, so this one's gonna be rough. One's immune to status debuffs, the other one's gonna be an annoying tank. Alright, let's get to work. Let's put those status debuffs on. We're gonna need them. Ow, my face. Ow, my face. So what does it mean by counterattack here? Does doing weird magic things incur the counterattack? Looks like it. Oh god, I'm getting brutalized. All right. Kind of a Slavic persona, yep. Yeah, I'm not going to do any real damage here. Did not interrupt action. Okay. He's dead by the end of the round, which means now all I have to do is just take you out. And you're down. Oh, wait, why did it change up? Well, okay, that changed up the action economy a bit. Huh. As far as I was aware of, I had firm kill there, but maybe it did, maybe some actions did weird things. Because it shifted where his movement was. Or rather, his thing was. Alright, let's try that again. This seems to be a little bit of a rougher fight, so... Alright. You definitely need that first. Yeah, he can't get bad status effects, so we do not want to be concerned with that. Alternatively, I can take my opportunity right now to... Yeah, he can throw on Suffering here as a quick action. We can go over here and try to stop him. Action stopped. Very nice. So I can continue to beat the ever-loving tar out of him. You're not happening for a while. Yeah, actually, action economy-wise, that should pan out. Actually throw that on to get some bonus damage on for our murder boy. Except that puts him way in the back again. What the hell? Why is that manipulating his action economy so much? Try to interrupt him. He should be gone. No interruption. I need health. Like, really bad. I will survive the round, though. Ow. Hit him with Agony Bomb. There we go. We're fine now. Ow. Yeah, that just drops him. Because the DOT kills him, and he can't kill me. Certainly messed me up pretty good, though. You've been naughty, sir? Dirty Rags. The hovel's owner lives in terrible conditions. Old rags permeated with the smell of turpentine and a sense of security, like a nest built on top of a tree, 100 times better than a golden metal cage. The man sleeping in them finally feels at home. Expensive brushes. Trace unknown. High-quality materials. The artist can obviously afford some amount of luxury, and his shabby lifestyle is a conscious choice. Finished paintings. The naturalistic paintings depict dead bodies on the riverbank in different poses and configurations. Streaks of waves trace with ease touch the still nature of the painted bank. The artist contemplated the curious appeal of the drowned victims, finding an odd sort of solace in them. The Freak from Pelosi. Cajetan is both alive and dead. Dead and alive, inexorably linked with the river in the most peculiar of ways. He paints images of crime on the river banks of Pelosi. Even though he can afford painting materials, he prefers a life deprived of luxury. If you decide to change your mind and cooperate, come to the police headquarters in Chaumense and ask for Commissioner Pelivan. They'll earn you a more lenient treatment. Message from a policeman. The discouragement flowing through Pelovin's veins makes his hand go askew, making the words fall on the paper helplessly. He has lost hope a long time ago that this case will finally get off the ground, but it's always worth a try. Once again. The Fisherman Case. Pelovin believes Cajetan is the killer known as the Fisherman. He seems desperate for solid evidence, and the circumstances work to the painter's disadvantage. It's only a matter of time before he gets arrested. Well, we've got everything that we need. The painter's probably not the guy. It's probably the... Ironically enough, while there's a criminal about, it's the commissioner who's, or the sergeant or whatever. The German Don is, having the problem here.
Any new ideas?
Can I help you?
What exactly do you paint?
Dead bodies.
Someone might say that...
Oh, okay. That dialogue looked different there.
Can I ask you a question?
Whatever.
I think painting those bodies has become something very important to you.
I hadn't thought about it that way.
It seems it has given your life a new meaning.
Do you really think so? I don't understand.
Never mind. We noticed the flaw.
It seems that while contemplating the lack of sense in life, you did find something you care about.
Right. But that doesn't make sense. Why is it that in trying to go with the flow, I end up paddling harder? Where did I go wrong?
Beautiful.
Cajetan, the peculiar painter, is the one that Morana follows. Queen of the Depths. Morana's presence creates malaise and a sense of despair among the residents of Pelosi. If the source of those feelings is Cajetan, who bears a flaw, if I can bring it out, Morana will be mine.
I wonder if you developed it when you tried to kill yourself, or if you had it before. It is your doubt, your resignation, your nihilism. It's time to free you from it.
Can you hear me? Take a step back from him.
What? What are you doing?
They're arresting me, that's what.
What are you arresting him for? Having strange interests? Have you got any proof?
We are arresting the prime suspect. Do not obstruct us.
Tell them what you told me. You are not the killer.
What difference does it make?
Pelevin, you know he's not the one.
What can I do? This case is taking too long anyway.
How are you going to sleep after this?
I'm going to booze it up till I fall asleep. Preferably in moonshine.
And now it starts to rain.
Horses in the sky. Pelavan seems to be unhappy about arresting Gajetan. If I take a closer look at that, there might still be a chance to release the artist. Aunt Jadida's brothel. Colorful flowers in pots hung under windows, wooden panels surrounded by the gray plaster. A veranda that invites quiet contemplation. Aunt Jadida's house of pleasure tempts you to enter, makes you comfortable, and forget about the hardships of everyday life. Inside is no less cozy. Couches and pillows call out to you to stretch your legs and sink into their soft embrace. The carelessly hung curtains are just waiting for someone to hide behind them to fulfill their desires, and the old piano will eagerly accept any hand that wishes to play a cheerful tune. This brothel is the real jewel of Pelosi's crown. Commissioner Pelavan. A bundle of nerves, he was assigned to the police fisherman case that has come to a standstill, which is clearly reflected in his mood. Pelavan did not believe Kajetan was guilty, but he was forced to find a scapegoat. Morana, or Marzana for Slavs, she is the personification of both passing and rebirth, the lady of new beginnings. The flaws that lure her are extreme. They come from neglect, incapacity, or quite the opposite, bravado and disbelief in the purpose of caring for one's life. If I want to get Morana, I need to convince Pelavan to reopen the investigation. The real fisherman murderer must be found, and Kajetan exonerated.
Get it away from me! I don't want to touch it. Yellow belly. Shut up! Hey, you! What do you want here?
What is that you're playing with?
It's a hook from a real dead man. A dead man's hook. Quiet, you dolts!
This hook is from the fisherman's victim, isn't it?
So what if it is? What's it to you? They've already caught the murderer.
What if I tell you that they didn't? That they caught the wrong man?
The fuck they did! Get lost! Unless we trade for it. Got anything interesting to barter with?
The kids stole important evidence from the crime scene, but they refuse to cooperate. Clearly they are led by a boy named Pirotrek.
Aren't you a little too young to be playing here unsupervised?
And aren't you too old to be talking to us? Maybe you like kids, eh?
I heard the murderer isn't the worst thing out here. They say this place is haunted.
Haunted? Haunted by what?
The Lady of the River. She looks beautiful, but come too close to her, and you'll end up swimming with the fish forever. She has a particular fondness for children.
Bullshit.
And then there's the fisherman, still at large, and hunting for his next victim.
Don't listen to this bullshitter. What do you want?
And what would you like for the hook?
A cannon. A saber. Well, you heard him. If you bring us a cannon or a saber, we'll give you the dead man's hook.
That should be doable. There were some old blunt sabers in Father's office.
Go away now. You're boring.
Ah, yes, just giving children weapons. That's, not good. Empty beer bottle. Empty. It seems to be drained recently. Rapture streams into the heart with every sip. The police officers with their solemn faces look so fine in their uniforms. The bitter aftertaste is lost completely, drowned out by daydreaming. The glass reflects sunlight on the face, but that's not what makes it so radiant. Stick. Thick and sturdy. Someone has carved the name Piotrek into it. Each mark is a sign of joy and merriment, a scratch from hitting a bucket, a protruding splinter from fencing, but the carved letters are oozing shame. The stick has been a silent companion in the most secret play. It takes part in investigation and helps catch criminals. Well, remember, he can't see Upir. Piotrek, the leader of the group that stole the hook, seems to be secretly fascinated with police work. Maybe I could use that to somehow make him return the hook. There we go.
Salut.
Salut. Have you heard this fancy pants?
There we go. Magic time.
You have the makings of a good detective. I could use the help of someone as smart as you in my investigation.
I'd like to help.
That's commendable of you. Then the first step would be to give me back the hook.
Don't give it back. Don't be a sucker. Shut it! I want to help the police with their investigation. Got it? If you got a problem with that, you can fuck right off. Here. So what now?
Retrieve from the plate of the palate of the fisherman's last victim. The hook resonates from the collision of two thoughts. Someone tried to savor the victim's dying screams, yet appreciating the moment. Yet flitting the curved metal, there was regret for someone who should be convulsing here instead of this pitiful eel.
Now I'll examine the hook and keep looking for other clues.
Piotrk's a lickspittle for the coppers. Shut your mouths, or you lose even more teeth. I'll help you. Come find me near Antiaja's brothel. We can resume the investigation there. All right, enough of this. Let's leave this place.
Well, let's get moving. To be fair, I think they're trying to get people who have... They tried to grab people who had some experience in either Slavic culture or being able to pronounce it correctly. God bless magic, though, yeah. Because, yeah, the vocal quality here isn't the finest, but, you know, whatever.
So then I tell him, stick that rubble up your ass. I've got my honor.
You sure are a canny lad.
Hello.
I'm on my break. Come back later.
Fair.
I sent him, Auntie Clara. We're doing an investigation together.
You're always up to something, Piotrush. What investigation?
What are we doing here?
The aunties are the key to the world of information. They know and hear more than anyone else in Povishla.
Are you his actual aunt?
You really are a tourist. Of course they're not. But I prefer them to the real ones. They always help me somehow when I'm in trouble. They'll dress a wound, give me an apple, or a beer.
Piotrush, nothing gets by you. You remember that lady's gloves? I said I liked them once, and he brought them to me the next day.
Well, just say the word.
What do you know about the fisherman?
All I know is he's in jail. Finally. This cursed place can breathe a little.
He's not in jail, though. We're looking for the real one.
Piotrush, is that the investigation you're playing?
What do you mean, playing? We're both dead serious and committed, Auntie.
You better watch out. You'll get in trouble.
What next, partner?
It's not over yet. Now, we split. You go grill the other aunties, and I'll see you later. After dark, some of them work here, and others in the streets. Remember to tell them I sent you. Piotrek Justa, that is. And ask better questions this time.
Watch him. If anything happens to him, it's your fault.
Well, not much I can do as of the time being, so we'll go to a different part of the city and investigate somewhere else while I still have daylight hours to burn. Hello?
Hello.
I can't stand this weather. Can I help you?
What are you selling?
My late husband's junk. I don't need to look at all of this if I can't look at him.
I'm sorry for your loss.
No point brooding over it. The river giveth, and the river taketh away.
I have to go now.
Goodbye.
Not exactly what I was thinking.
I failed.
Shit! A wooden seat overlooking the house of the fisherman's last victim. But I can't get my mind any higher. Interesting. If that's her outline right there, that's a later Salutor. I might be stepping into a quest line that I am not ready for effectively.
The things people come up with.
Photograph. It depicts a young woman posing in a studio. Words of disbelief seeped into the surface of the paper when she saw him after he had gone to the barber. Is it really you? Without the beard, it's like you're a different person. Against the current. The new man doesn't look back and doesn't heed the prejudices of a bygone era. He proudly displays smoothly shaved cheeks, chooses strong colors without regard for their dark connotations, and reaches for unusual fabrics. The new decade will belong to those who make fashion adjust to them, not the other way around. Oh, Upier.
What do you want to tell me, friend?
here. Shit.
Victor, hurry. We'll be late for Mass.
I'm coming, Mother.
Victor, do you think that when you have a husband, you have to argue with him?
I suppose so. I don't want a husband.
You don't have to get one, but I'm worse off. Grażynka says that when I grow up, she'll find me a husband.
I remember that. The last Sunday before Father stopped taking us to church. Because of me. I accidentally touched the priest's stone as he passed us with the censer. That was the first time when I felt another person's thoughts, their intentions. I heard the words of someone's confession that the priest was thinking about. It was like they were directed at me. And I didn't falter to share them with the rest of the congregation. Mother didn't manage to stop me, and my indiscretion caused the prominent marriage to fall apart. My parents' marriage not long after.
Hello there, Kira-chan. Doing alright, how about you? To Victor Shaluski, please come to the cemetery immediately. Urgent matter. Jacinti Sokol, gravedigger. Game is good. It's a nice, comfy vibe. Upon hearing the sounds of longing, your thoughts are unwittingly carried off to somewhere in the distant lands of Brittany or the steppes of Zaporizhia. Then the musician turns the crank more violently, and the buzzing of the dog brings a dose of sobriety to the soul. Yeah, Slavic JoJo's probably the way to put it.
Mr. Shulsky, come in. What's new?
Really? Something still eludes
I
me.
won't bother you.
Huh.
All right.
What am I missing, then? Directing me towards the carriage. Yup. You want to say hurdy-gurdy, but it won't let you. Empty tube. An empty tube of purple paint. The petals of the mallows tremble in the wind, just like her lips trembled during the first kiss that hot summer. Violet rippled with sunshine and her heart filled with sweetness. The memory of that moment awakens every time she colors the canvas with violet. A dream within a dream. Longing for dreams, daydreaming, wishing for what is out of reach. A fowler dyed with synthetic margarine will enlighten the silhouette. Black wool pants will add class, and diamond patterned vest will add some contrast. A new era is coming. A man no longer needs to dress modestly. It's not a common one, to say the least. Ice cream. The price of adulthood. Every day, I feel like blowing my brains out. Another price of adulthood. I will eat 5 scoops at once, and no one can do anything about it. That quote hits a lot harder than it should.
It smells so nice in here. Is that vanilla?
Vanilla, raisins, butter, sugar, and some more butter. You're in heaven. Can I help you?
Mrs. Jagoda, it's me, Victor.
I can't believe my eyes. Little Victor? Oh my, how you've grown and how handsome you've become. Where is that little cherub who would stand in front of the display, staring at pastries?
That gluten is still here. I can't forget your cream pie with cherries. I've been dreaming about it for 15 years.
You see, my lovely, the trick is quite simple. It's just a little butter, about 3 packs of...
Excuse me? I'm waiting for my order here.
No reason to be angry, darling. Just wait a moment. My daughter is taking the fruitcake out of the oven now. It will be hot.
With raisins and orange peel? I'll wait then.
Are you sure you're not a thaumaturge?
Let that be my sweet secret.
That is all, thank you. Goodbye.
Don't you want to take anything sweet home with you? Well, as you wish.
There will probably be another time of which I am going to need her assistance. But this was indeed back in the time when vanilla was quite different. This is before the age of the chemical, or quote-unquote chemical, I mean, this was back in the day when fats were not as victimized. Well, yeah, put it bluntly, victimized. Don't forget to mention people moved around a lot more back in these days. But yeah, this was roughly about the time, just short of the World Wars, where people started putting... Honestly, it's the sugar that should be a concern. Because people were a lot more liberal with it. It's roughly about this time where people started to, quote-unquote, slow down and, well, that butter caught up with them. And the sugar. A sweet aftertaste with a hint of bitterness. A postcard from the overseas world, where the song of heavenly birds meets the rattle of slave chains. That's because lard was an extremely good preservative. Refrigeration still isn't a thing yet. No, actually, no, that's wrong, that's wrong. Refrigeration is a thing, but it's still very much a luxury item. Or used for mass storage, rather than a fridge in every household.
Hello.
Indeed. Fanciable.
Up close, I would even say a solid 8, wouldn't you?
I don't know. We'll see when he turns around.
Okay.
8 it is.
Will you show us something more?
What are you doing?
May I ask what you ladies are doing?
What everyone does. We're evaluating.
A solid 8?
You know, on a scale from 1 to 10, you look quite spiffy, sir.
Why are you schmoozing with some sucker who's already suited and booted for his own funeral? And you, lousy fop, got an itch in looking for some philandering at the Marble Orchard, are you?
6, 5.
0. There's nothing here for you. Mr. 8 got some you-know-what, so he caught our eye. And vice versa, I can tell.
Get ready for some shellacking, lads. We got a dandy looking for some extra ventilation. And, as luck would have it, not too far from the orchard either.
Sir, you have the unique opportunity of becoming a 10.
Oh, these guys got guns. Okay. Yep. We got this. So he's trying to do a strike. What do we got to worry about here? That's a problem. That's easy. Okay, we got this one. Ow. You know, just casually take... Oh, right. He's not going to get disabled. And you... do need to be dealt with. The problem is that, he also has a blocker on right now that I failed to take into account. Yeah, we need to deal with you. That's a short period of time. Gonna see if I can't interrupt. This will very much change some actions here. That saves a lot more of my health. Did not stop the shot. You are just gonna block a lot of damage, unfortunately. A good 1-2 punch, honestly, isn't bad here. Definitely need some health in the moment. Honestly, a defeat in detail is probably the way to go here. I will survive the round, but not looking hot for it. Yeah, that guy's dead. Beautiful. Back in action. That puts me just above the health threshold. One HP, boys! Last one is what counts here. Close shave. Win a fight with fewer than 6 hit points remaining. You know, just casually committed a bit of murder. I'm sure the cops aren't pissed that I had a duel in the streets. Also, nice tram car. Yeah, those people are most certainly dead. To buy. Jacquard vest, fresh flowers, pomade, to do, shoes, polish, frolic cloak, coat, clean. A Jacquard vest, the 5th this month. Envious thoughts accompanied him the entire time he spent running errands, nesting in his head like mice, gnawing at his well-being. Why are some people born into apartments and others into village huts? Yeah, the cops don't particularly care who shot first, only that bullets were flying.
Yes, sir?
Please let me in. It's urgent.
You can't just turn up like this. What will I tell sir and madam?
Fear not, I'm here for Rasputin.
I can sense he's in the drawing room.
Rasputin.
Intriguing.
The Nazarovsky's apartment, while not too big, is impressive. It is well furnished with displays of their wealth. A pile of invitations to tea parties and diners from Warsaw's notable personalities. The most recent one is from Countess Lermontova. Interesting. "365 dinner recipes for 5 PLN by Lucina C. Lucina C. Bread pudding. Slice your bread, wholemeal is best, thinly and dry it to brown. Then mash it into a flour. Take 3 tablespoons of this bread flour, a glass of French wine, a cup of sugar, add 8 egg yolks into it, add some cloves, cinnamon, mashed vanilla, pour a tablespoon of clarified butter, and the foam of eight egg whites. Why did my tongue mess up so bad there? Mix together, Pour into a saucepan greased with butter and sprinkled on with breadcrumbs and put into oven for a quarter of an hour. Serves 4 to 6 people. Look, at the end of the day, better me than him. Medication. Various medications and tinctures in decorative bottles. Specifics prescribed by doctors and quacks. Later, Buffalo. Best of luck with work. Perfume bottle. A bottle of expensive French perfume. Gifted to Rasputin by the Nozarinskis, most likely as a suggestion that he might try to conceal its intense odor for the benefit of everyone. The gift was accepted, set aside, and never used. Decorative fan. A decorative fan made from marabou feathers. Anila's quivering words still walked over the fan, uttered either to her husband or to herself, complaining about her failing health and psyche. The small gusts of air did not bring any relief. The Notarinsky family. The Notarinskys are quite well situated. Prosperous, they lead a comfortable life and have friends in high places. No wonder Rasputin has chosen them. He seems to have won their favor by taking care of Anilia, who suffers from a nervous disorder.
Is that him?
In the flesh. Allow me to introduce you. My dear hostess, Aniela Naryczynska, and my dear friend, Viktor Szulski.
Your father had a beautiful funeral.
Thank you.
My dear, we finished for today. Now I'll find out what brings Viktor to us. What brings you here?
But you were the one who phoned.
Very funny.
You look like you've made yourself at home. Are you going to be staying on here for long?
No, I'm afraid not. They're kind people, but I've experienced another vision. Though not fully terrifying, it is troubling.
Will you tell me about it?
Later. What brings you to me?
Have you known them long?
No, but Aniela and Lucian are my two good souls. They took me, an impoverished preacher, in under their roof, and I'll never forget that.
Are you helping them too?
I am a balm for Aniela's frazzled nerves, but enough of that. Tell me what you need.
Why was she looking at me so oddly? What did you tell her about me?
She's never seen a Thaumaturge before. I only mentioned to her how we met. Can I help you at all?
Now's the current time, then.
No, I won't bother you. We can talk next time.
The Naryczynski door is always open to you.
I'm going to assume this was voiced in Polish. Oh, we just steal the record. We don't even do anything with it. Doesn't even play the music. Ooh. Alright, well, someone wants my attention here in the graveyard. Oh. A clue. Ivy Magazine. Responses from the editorial staff. Miss Sokolinkia, we have included an extensive article about the Angora rabbits in issue 22 and 23 titled The Wool of Angora Rabbits. There you will find hints on raising these animals. Seeing as you are a resident of Poznan Duchy, you will likely find it easier to import rabbits from Germany. Information on whom to purchase them from will be provided to you by the editor of the magazine, Der Konnenschensearcher. I do not know German. Yeah, my second language was Japanese, not German. Der Kanonitscher, sir. Dr. F. Pope Leipzig, Kaiser William Strauss, 22nd. Miss H.W., the graying of the hair may be a consequence of some hidden disease on your body. We recommend you consult with a specialist, given as advice on this matter cannot be given by letter. But W. Janiska. The trendy dances, the two-step cakewalk, Boston waltz, which are gaining popularity among our upper classes, are taught in the evenings by Jan Wolowski, a well-known Warsaw ballet master. Unfortunately, as of November, he'll no longer be offering this service. If you wish to schedule a lesson, we recommend that you do not delay and contact him promptly. A magazine opened on a page with responses to readers' letters. Apparently, ballet master John Wolowski will stop giving his dance lessons. Okay. Well, actually, first, what are you?
Get a steak for when your life is at stake.
That's...
Make any vampire quickly retire.
Nikolai.
An aspen steak for you, sir? Premium wood, carved at midnight on the solstice. They're cheap.
The steaks are exquisite, I must admit. What else do you sell?
Holy icons, miraculous Marys, salt.
Table salt?
Consecrated, but the steaks, I tell you, sir, ever since they buried the magician, they've been selling like hotcakes. Anyone with some sense buys them.
Do you believe in all of this?
I believe in money. And if people are willing to buy a stick out of fear, then who am I to argue?
This buried magician, is it Shulsky?
I think so. It makes no difference to me what his name was.
For him, steaks are not enough. We need to call the Pope.
Don't tell anyone or I'll lose my livelihood.
Saint Benedict!
Vampires? I don't think so.
What do you mean? The dead rising at the cemetery? They must be vampires.
Vampires are salutors attracted by blood and sizzling passion. There's nothing interesting for them among the dead.
It's what people believe that matters.
In that, he's
Goodbye.
not wrong.
I hope the vampires don't take revenge on you.
They have no interest in me. I'm anemic. Please, tell your friends. On Wednesdays, I sell 4 steaks for the price of 2.
Yeah, let me guess. You've been getting fences that have been broken and sharpening that and sprinkling a little bit of perfume to call it magic.
What is this foolishness? Open this gate!
Right. No one can keep us from entering the cemetery. It's a free country. Well,
How long are you going to keep wagging your chins? If it's closed, it's closed! Oh, Mr. Shulsky, finally.
I read your message. What is it about?
I won't talk about it out here in front of these boors. Come inside.
you're letting him in, Gravedigger? What the hell is going on?
Shut your mouths or I won't open till Judgment Day. This is about your father, you know.
All right, let's see what this is about.
Bah!
What did my father do this time?
I've got 2 pieces of news, so to speak. There's bad news, and I'm not sure what the other one is. Which do you want to hear first?
What's the other news?
What's the news you're not sure about?
One night, I went out and saw the dead lying around. But not in their places, you know? In the pathways. And then I saw their graves dug up, as if the dead crept right out of the ground.
And these bodies are still lying here?
No, of course not. You can't do that. But if you want to learn more about the case, they might come out again tomorrow night. People are starting to talk about resurrections and the end of the world.
What about the other news?
Today some rabble-rousers came here and started making trouble. They ravaged your family tomb.
What do you mean, ravaged?
I couldn't believe it either. I sent you a note immediately. Resurrections and now these maniacs. Judgment Day seems to be upon us, you know?
Those vandals that ravaged the tomb, what did they look like?
I closed the gate because they're still hanging around there. Why don't you see for yourself, you know?
Fair enough.
According to my knowledge, dead bodies don't rise on their own. Were there any witnesses? Any noise at night? Traces?
Nothing. Just the stiffs in odd places.
Goodbye.
Get rid of this scum at once.
I'm working on it. Wait, admire the view? There are some shady characters hanging around the family tomb. The Pulaski gravedigger couldn't chase them off, so he closed the cemetery to visitors while waiting for me. I mean, the view's nice. Still just a graveyard, though. Obituary. The late P. Bedadi Gromikin gave up his spirit to God on September 3rd, 1905. The procession will take the body to Pulaski Cemetery, which will take place on Friday at 4 in the afternoon from his home at number 7 Molina Street. The bereaved wife invites the family and all well-wishers to this somber rite. It was published a few days ago. The funeral has been held recently. The crumbled newspaper page oozed with someone's cool, cynical calculation. They used the obituary page as a map to find those waiting to be dug up. Yep, definitely gravediggers. They're using the newspaper to calculate this kind of thing. That's fucked. Notes from a sermon. It's not hard to see that the harmful fads and entertainment from the West have spread among our youth, and right under our noses, too. I'm talking here, for one, about the infamous teacher who is giving lessons on how to twitch in frenzied fits, and he had the gall to accept money for it. Fortunately, owing to a few vigilant parishioners and my own intervention, the shameful demoralization will soon cease.
Well, well.
Notes on how to compose a sermon. There's something going on at the 1804 Sementarna Street that has the priest worried about a potential paternish fad from the West. Lesson in trendy dance. At 1804, Sementra Street leaves the ballet master Jan Wolowski, who teaches evening classes where people can learn energetic Western dance. However, parishioners who are not fond of the new fad have forced him to cease his activity, so now is the last moment to enroll. Two, it remembers the time's uprisings and cholera epidemics. A fresh trace of pain rises above the other memories that the statue has been a silent witness to. The widow's trembling hand seeking support. Its vibrations permeate the bricks with a mixture of revulsion and grief caused by the ghastly sight of this corpse of his recently buried wife, perched on her open coffin. What the fuck?
Darn it. Look at him. I think he's a real, temperamencer. I'll show you how you talk to magicians. Are you so eager to die, Tempermancer?
And who are you, anyway?
We're the ones who purge the world from scum like you.
I'm a bit sorry now, but I think you will be too, in a moment.
You heard him. He asked for it.
Alright. I've got this one. So, what are the hits coming in? Counterattack, hit to the torso, hit to the torso. I see he's got breast nuts. It's a little high, but I think they're trying to emulate a boxing stance. Without gloves, most people don't aim for the head because the head actually hurts your hands really badly. That's going to happen sooner, so let's try to get rid of that. Different Thaumaturge for this one. Let's give you Howling. And I, in turn, will proceed to beat the shit out of you. That'll do. We're out. But note that most hits in unarmed combat about this time are to the body. I imagine it's probably playable on Steam Deck. It's not an intensive game. Ow. But yeah, most bare knuckle boxing or knuckle boxing is going to be to the body, so you don't have to hit the skull. Because human hands trying to hit the skull is ouchy for your hand. Instead, the ribs, the stomach, and associated organs are much softer and still do just as much damage, if not more so. Discarded crowbar. Inept efforts to pry the tomb door open came to nothing. I mean, I got hands, but yeah, their stance is more appropriate to a bare knuckle boxer. Even if it's a bit high, because you usually hold it about the waist rather than up high. A crude tool, as crude as the man who used it. The steel reverberates with a desire to destroy what is strange, corrupted by magic and unfamiliar, just as they were instructed by the WAS. A page, demons, was. My father a demon? Fine, let them have it their way.
So, Mr. Shulsky, you gave those lads by the tomb a good belting, huh? I could hear the echoes.
Thank you, but they weren't too keen to talk. and I have a few questions to ask.
Maybe I could help, you know?
It's a rather grim job you've got here.
Well, you know. I'd rather do this than struggle with drunkards in a bar or bolts in a factory. The dead are calm and predictable, you know? Unless they start rising from the grave, that is.
What is the WAS? Those fellas at the mausoleum were connected with it.
Ah, the Warsaw Anti-Thaumaturge Society. Loonies, you know? Ever since your father was laid to rest here, they've been yelling their heads off by the walls.
Where can I find their bosses? You know?
Why? Do you smell blood? There's one behind the cemetery wall inciting the crowd. Ask him. Once you have cleaned up near the mausoleum, I can open the gate.
Lunatics from the WAS. The Gravedigger says that WAS stands for the Warsaw Anti-Thaumaturgical Society. Their agitator can be found by the cemetery wall. The Vendetta. The Warsaw Anti-Thaumaturge Society has targeted my father. Normally I'd say, be my guest, but they're acting so nastily I put them on my blacklist. In order to learn more about them, I should find their agitator by the Pulaski Cemetery wall.
Goodbye.
Good luck with the WAS, you know? Let me know when you get rid of them.
This is probably a case of come back later in the evening. But for right now, this is a pretty natural cutting off point for several mysteries that I'm still looking into. And I will cut it there. Oh, I mean, you know, if we happen to pull out our gun and somebody happens to die in the process, oh well, right? Just stuff happens. Gun goes bang, and people fall over. It sucks when it does. But, you know, it happens. So you mean when I do take the Pride option, because he will absolutely strut out front and go, yeah, I'm a thaumaturge. Sup? Bang. Anywho, yeah, I'm hanging my hat up for the day. Either I will pass it up the chain, as there are others who are doing this on their own volition, or if we've got a friend, I'd be happy to pass it along over to them. Going once for names. Look, I didn't kill all of them. Okay, look. It happens, okay? Alright, I'm passing it along. Look, you know what will save me in court, though? I have a shit ton of money, and those people were poor. Also, it was a duel, so, you know, things happen. Remember, 1905. Much different degrees for much different degrees for guilt. And besides, they're dead, and I'm not. So, hard to argue in court. But anywho, thank you for coming on down. Hope everyone has a good evening. This was very much... I'm glad that they managed to stick the landing so far with Thaumaturge. Here's hoping to continue with it. Have yourselves a good night, folks. Boy.